Beneath the surface of our everyday world, an ancient, secret history has been buried. What if the truths we've been taught about human civilization are only a small fraction of a much grander story? What if our ancestors were not the first to master the planet, but the heirs of a lost civilization, one that understood the earth in ways we're only beginning to comprehend? Imagine, for a moment, standing in a vast underground chamber. The air is thick with the scent of earth and stone, and all around you, walls rise, carved with ancient symbols that seem to pulse with a forgotten energy. The space is immense, stretching beyond what seems possible for a people without the technology we possess today. These chambers, hidden deep beneath the surface, have been sealed for millennia, but their story is far from over. You're not just exploring caves, tunnels, or forgotten tombs. You are standing in a remnant of something much older, a secret world that was never meant to be found. What was the purpose of these underground complexes? Were they sanctuaries? Storage spaces? Laboratories for lost technologies? Or were they places where ancient civilizations, or even something older, hid from cataclysms, living deep beneath the surface, protected from the dangers above? This isn't the stuff of fiction, it's a reality that's waiting to be uncovered. Across the globe, there are unexplained underground structures, some so massive and complex that they seem to defy the capabilities of the people who are believed to have built them. From Turkey's Derinkuyu underground city, which could shelter tens of thousands, to the long-lost tunnels beneath the Andes, the evidence points to something far more extraordinary than mainstream history acknowledges. The questions that arise are almost too big to ignore. Who were these people? Why did they build such intricate and massive structures underground? And why, after thousands of years, are these complex labyrinths and chambers only now being uncovered? What does it mean for our understanding of human history if these underground megastructures, older than any civilization we know, were built long before the first cities rose? The implications are staggering. If these structures were not the work of the civilizations we've traditionally celebrated, like the Egyptians, Greeks, or Mesopotamians, who were the creators? Could there have been an even older, forgotten race of people who mastered construction techniques we haven't yet rediscovered? Could this ancient race have left behind these subterranean marvels, only to be erased by time, myth, or deliberate suppression? As these underground cities are unearthed, the discoveries only seem to deepen the mystery. In the caverns of the Bosnian pyramids, some claim to hear faint hums and vibrations, as though the stone itself is alive with energy, an energy lost to history. In the depths of the Egyptian pyramids, hidden chambers and shafts have been found, their purpose still unknown but undeniably suggesting a level of sophistication that surpasses what we thought possible for ancient builders. In South America, entire subterranean networks snake through the mountains, their entrances hidden by centuries of erosion, their origins a subject of intense speculation. How could people, so long ago, have created such vast, intricate systems? What secrets are buried in these structures? These structures are not isolated. They are part of a pattern that stretches across continents and ancient cultures. From the catacombs beneath Paris to the hidden temples of India, evidence points to a time when ancient people, perhaps a forgotten civilization, knew how to manipulate the earth itself, creating vast underground systems that served as shelter, storage, or places of great ritual significance. Some of these structures are so advanced in their construction that they seem to defy our understanding of what was technologically possible at the time. Consider the city of Derinkuyu in Turkey, an underground marvel that stretches over 60 meters deep and could hold up to 20,000 people. Its sophisticated ventilation shafts, carved out of solid rock, suggest an understanding of architecture and engineering that would be impressive even by modern standards. But why did its creators build it? Was it a refuge from war or natural disasters, or was it a religious or ceremonial site, as some have speculated? In South America, the network of tunnels and underground chambers that stretch beneath the Andes Mountains raises similar questions. These tunnels, some of which are thought to be thousands of years old, appear to have been created with a knowledge of engineering and geology far ahead of their time. Could they have been used as underground cities, designed to protect their inhabitants from an unknown catastrophe? Then there is the issue of the technology involved in constructing these underground structures. In many cases, the tools needed to carve such precise, massive spaces out of solid rock should have been beyond the capabilities of the people believed to have lived at the time. So, how did they do it? Were they using technologies lost to history, or were they tapping into natural forces in ways we've yet to understand? Some theories suggest that these ancient builders could have used sound or vibration to carve the stone, techniques that modern science is only now beginning to explore. Others believe that these structures are the remnants of an even older, forgotten civilization, one that had advanced technologies that were wiped out by a global catastrophe. But the most chilling question of all is why these underground structures have remained hidden for so long. Why did it take so many centuries for us to uncover them? The answer, perhaps, lies not in the ground, but in the stories we tell ourselves about history. Mainstream archaeology has been reluctant to acknowledge these subterranean marvels, in part because they don't fit into the neatly defined timelines of human development we've been taught. If these structures are older than civilization itself, then our entire understanding of human history is at risk of collapsing. And that, perhaps, is a truth that some are not ready to face. As we dig deeper, both literally and figuratively, the evidence continues to pile up. Underground complexes, tunnels, and chambers that shouldn't exist, built with technologies that shouldn't have been available. What are we missing? Are we looking at a grand, hidden history that has been buried beneath the Earth's surface for thousands of years? Or is there something even more unsettling at play, a conspiracy to keep these truths from the world? This is where the real journey begins. As we continue to explore these forbidden underground megastructures, we will peel back the layers of history, uncovering startling revelations that will change everything we know about our past. What we are about to uncover may challenge everything we've been taught about the origins of civilization and the true history of humankind. Are we ready to face the truth? Are we prepared to accept that the world beneath our feet might hold the answers to questions we've been asking for centuries? The time for discovery is now, and the secrets of the underground are waiting to be revealed. The ancient structures are out there, buried deep within the earth, hidden in plain sight. The story they hold is one that will reshape our understanding of who we are, where we came from, and what came before us. It's time to uncover the forbidden megastructures older than civilization itself, before they're lost once more, buried beneath the sands of time. This narrative keeps building suspense while introducing the mystery of ancient underground megastructures, asking questions and offering theories that leave viewers eager to continue the exploration. When we think of ancient wonders, we typically imagine towering structures above ground, great pyramids, monumental temples, and lost cities. But what if I told you that some of the most extraordinary remnants of our past are not found in the sunlit ruins of the surface, but deep beneath our feet? What if the greatest mysteries of human history lie hidden in vast underground complexes, buried for millennia and only now beginning to emerge from the shadows? This is a reality that we have largely ignored. The underground world, with its silent passageways and chambers, has long been overlooked by mainstream archaeology. Yet, beneath the surface of the earth, lies a history that is as complex and enigmatic as any civilization we know of. Human beings have always been drawn to the surface. We have built our cities and monuments on the land where the sun shines, where people can gather and trade, where civilizations can grow and flourish. But beneath that land, in the shadowy world below, something entirely different is hidden. For centuries, this subterranean realm has been ignored, its mysteries left to gather dust and remain forgotten. The history we know is based on the cities and civilizations we can see, but this story is incomplete. The subterranean world holds the potential to rewrite everything we think we know about our past. Across the globe, there are underground megastructures, vast networks of tunnels, cities, and chambers buried deep beneath the Earth's surface. These complex systems, hidden from the view of modern civilization, are far older than anything we've been told. In some cases, they seem to predate recorded history itself. What's even more remarkable is that many of these sites exhibit levels of engineering and architectural sophistication that shouldn't have been possible for the cultures thought to have built them. From Turkey's Derinkuyu underground city to the ancient catacombs of Europe, evidence suggests that there was a time when humanity knew how to live beneath the earth. But why were these structures built? Who created them, and for what purpose? The mysteries of these underground sites raise more questions than they answer. Who were the people who constructed these massive complexes? Why did they choose to build so far beneath the Earth's surface, away from the light of day? What drove them to create such enormous underground cities, with intricate systems of tunnels and ventilation shafts, seemingly designed to withstand the test of time? The answer to these questions is elusive, but it suggests that the civilizations responsible for these structures were far more advanced than we've been led to believe. One of the most striking features of these underground sites is their sheer scale. Take, for example, the city of Derinkuyu in Turkey. This ancient underground complex stretches for over 60 meters below the Earth's surface, and it could easily house thousands of people. With ventilation shafts, wells, and rooms designed for everything from living quarters to storage and religious ceremonies, Derinkuyu was a self-sustaining underground city. But how did a civilization, believed to have lived long before the advent of modern technology, manage to carve such a massive, intricate system out of solid rock? What tools did they use, and how did they possess the knowledge to build such a complex structure? The question of how these underground cities were built is one that archaeologists have struggled with for years. The technology required to create such massive and detailed underground systems should not have existed at the time these sites were constructed. And yet, there they are, massive, intricate systems of tunnels, rooms, and chambers that seem to have been designed with an understanding of engineering that exceeds what we know about ancient cultures. In some cases, the construction of these underground megastructures appears to defy our understanding of human history. Many of these underground sites are located in regions that have long been the subject of mystery and speculation. The Bosnian pyramids, for example, are home to a vast underground complex that some researchers believe is linked to ancient, lost civilizations. These structures, if proven to be man-made, would change everything we know about human history. But even more fascinating is the idea that these underground sites may be connected to a global network of similar structures, built by an ancient civilization whose knowledge and influence spanned the globe. The idea of a global civilization, whose remnants are hidden beneath the Earth's surface, raises the possibility that we are only scratching the surface of what was once a highly advanced, worldwide culture. The reason these underground structures have remained hidden for so long is as much a mystery as the structures themselves. Some researchers speculate that the ancient builders of these cities deliberately hid them away, either to protect them from invasion or to preserve their knowledge for future generations. Others suggest that these structures were buried by natural disasters, such as earthquakes or floods, which may have erased all traces of the civilizations that built them. Whatever the reason, these underground complexes have remained hidden for centuries, waiting to be rediscovered. Modern archaeology has only recently begun to shine a light on these forgotten underground wonders. Advances in technology, such as ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR, light detection and ranging, have allowed researchers to peer beneath the Earth's surface and uncover the hidden remnants of these ancient structures. But despite the incredible discoveries that have been made, there is still so much we don't know about the underground world that lies beneath our feet. What secrets are waiting to be uncovered, and how will they change our understanding of the past? The significance of these underground sites cannot be overstated. If they truly date back to a time before recorded history, they could offer valuable insight into the origins of human civilization. Were these underground cities part of a much larger, global network of civilizations that existed long before the rise of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley? If so, what happened to these civilizations? Why were their achievements forgotten, and what caused them to fall into ruin? There is also the possibility that these underground structures are not the product of any known civilization at all. Could they have been built by an entirely different, pre-human race, an ancient people whose existence has been erased from history? The idea of a pre-human civilization is one that has been suggested by some researchers and theorists, who argue that there may have been advanced cultures on Earth long before the first humans emerged. While this idea may sound far-fetched to some, the evidence of these underground megastructures raises the possibility that there was a time when the Earth was home to civilizations far more advanced than we ever imagined. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these underground megastructures is the fact that they are still largely unexplored. What secrets do they hold? What technologies, knowledge, and artifacts could be waiting to be discovered? And, most importantly, how will the uncovering of these hidden worlds change our understanding of human history? As we dig deeper into the past, we begin to uncover a hidden world that has been lost to time. The underground megastructures that are scattered across the globe offer a glimpse into a world that we have long since forgotten. They challenge everything we know about human history and the origins of civilization. The discovery of these sites is just the beginning of a much larger journey, a journey that will ultimately reshape our understanding of who we are, where we came from, and what came before us. The mysteries of the underground world are not just fascinating, they are profound. They force us to question our assumptions about history and about the nature of human civilization. The world beneath our feet may hold the answers to questions that have been unanswered for centuries. And as we begin to uncover these hidden megastructures, we are faced with a new, even greater mystery: what comes next? What other secrets of the past lie buried, waiting to be uncovered? Only time will tell. There is something undeniably alluring about ancient knowledge, the idea that lost civilizations possessed wisdom or technologies far beyond what we believe is possible. It's a tantalizing thought. What if the ancient cultures that shaped our history didn't just rely on the rudimentary tools and skills we've been taught, but had access to secrets, knowledge, and technologies that have long been forgotten? What if the underground structures we are only now beginning to uncover are evidence of an entirely different form of ancient civilization, one that knew how to harness the earth itself, to live in harmony with its natural forces in ways we can barely comprehend? We know from the myths and legends of cultures around the world that many ancient peoples believed in underground realms. These weren't just places for the dead, as some have suggested, but vast and complex domains that housed gods, powerful beings, and even entire civilizations. The concept of an underground world is not limited to one region or one culture. In ancient Egypt, the gods were believed to reside in the Duat, a vast underground realm that was central to Egyptian mythology. In the Andes, the Incas spoke of a place called Huanhu Pasha, an underworld where the ancestors lived and from which they drew power. Even the Greeks and Romans had stories of gods and heroes descending into the underworld to retrieve knowledge or power. These myths and stories may be more than just folklore, they may be echoes of a reality that existed long before recorded history. There's a theory that these ancient cultures were not merely telling stories for entertainment or moral lessons, but were instead passing down the memory of a time when underground civilizations thrived. In fact, some researchers believe that the belief in underground realms could be based on actual historical events, perhaps a time when ancient peoples, facing cataclysmic events or global disasters, took refuge beneath the Earth's surface. If these civilizations did exist, what were they like? How advanced were they, and what do their hidden structures reveal about their knowledge and capabilities? What if the subterranean structures we are discovering today are not just relics of ancient civilizations, but are the last remnants of a forgotten, global culture that had access to advanced technologies we can only dream of today? The evidence points to the possibility that ancient civilizations, possibly even predating recorded history, were capable of feats that modern archaeology and mainstream history have long struggled to explain. These underground megastructures, massive, complex, and intricate, seem to defy the limitations of the cultures we believe built them. Consider the case of the underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey. This massive complex, believed to date back thousands of years, stretches over 60 meters beneath the Earth's surface. It includes everything from living quarters to churches, kitchens, and even wells. The level of planning required to build such a city is mind-boggling, especially when you consider the fact that the people who built it supposedly did not possess the modern tools or technology we have today. How could they have carved such a massive, intricate structure out of solid rock without advanced machinery? And why did they build it so deep underground? Was it a sanctuary, a place of safety from some ancient disaster or external threat? Or was it something else entirely, a hub of knowledge, a place where ancient wisdom and technologies were stored and preserved? The theory that these underground cities were constructed to preserve knowledge is particularly compelling. We often think of ancient knowledge as something passed down through books, scrolls, and monuments. But what if some of the most important knowledge was hidden, deliberately preserved in the bowels of the earth, far from the prying eyes of invaders or natural disasters? The idea that the ancients were not just interested in survival, but in safeguarding their most valuable knowledge, challenges our understanding of history. It suggests that the ancient world may have been more sophisticated, more advanced than we are willing to admit. But it's not just the construction of these underground cities that's perplexing, it's the technology that may have been used to build them. How did these ancient people move and carve massive stones without the technology we have today? Some researchers have proposed that they may have used methods that are now lost to time, perhaps using sound or vibrations to shape the stone. This idea isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. In recent years, scientists have discovered that sound waves can be used to manipulate materials at a molecular level. Could it be that the ancients had access to this kind of technology, perhaps as a byproduct of their understanding of energy and sound? Could it be that they were able to tap into forces of nature in ways we've only just begun to explore? There's also the possibility that these underground megastructures were part of a much larger, global network of civilizations, one that spanned continents and existed long before the rise of known ancient cultures like the Egyptians or the Sumerians. Some researchers have pointed to the similarities between underground structures in places as far apart as South America, Egypt, and Turkey, suggesting that these sites may have been part of a lost civilization that was connected by a shared knowledge of architecture, engineering, and construction. These civilizations may have communicated with each other, exchanging ideas and techniques, using underground spaces as a kind of global network for the preservation and sharing of knowledge. If such a global civilization did exist, it would challenge everything we know about the origins of human culture. We've always been taught that ancient civilizations rose independently in isolated regions, but what if they were all part of something larger, something that spanned the globe, connecting people through a shared understanding of the earth and its forces? What if the builders of these underground structures were not isolated peoples, but members of a worldwide network of knowledge, working together to preserve and protect the most important aspects of their culture? The idea that ancient civilizations were connected in such a way would radically change our understanding of history. It would mean that the rise of civilization wasn't a slow, steady process of cultural evolution, but rather the survival of a much older, more advanced culture that had been disrupted by some kind of cataclysm or disaster. It would mean that the people we call ancient were actually the descendants of a global civilization that had been wiped out, and that their knowledge and achievements were passed down in fragments, hidden from view in underground structures, forgotten over time. There's something profoundly unsettling about the idea that we may be the heirs of a civilization that was much older and more advanced than we can even imagine. But the evidence is there, buried beneath the Earth's surface. The underground megastructures we are uncovering are not just architectural feats, they are the remnants of a lost world, one that held knowledge and secrets far beyond our understanding. What did these ancient peoples know that we don't? What technologies did they possess, and why were they buried so deep beneath the surface? The truth may be far more astonishing than we ever imagined. The more we uncover these hidden worlds, the more it becomes clear that we are only scratching the surface of a much deeper, more complex history. If the theories are true, and these underground structures were created to preserve knowledge, then what we are uncovering isn't just ancient architecture, it's a glimpse into the wisdom and understanding of a lost civilization. A civilization that understood the earth in ways we have long since forgotten. And as we continue to explore these underground realms, we may find ourselves forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that the history of humanity is far more complicated and mysterious than we could have ever imagined. The evidence is all around us, waiting to be uncovered. The lost civilizations, the hidden technologies, the ancient wisdom, it's all waiting beneath the surface. And as we begin to unearth these subterranean megastructures, we'll have to ask ourselves, what if the knowledge we've been searching for all this time was never meant to be found in the archives of libraries or the ruins of old cities? What if it was always hidden, waiting to be rediscovered in the darkness beneath our feet? The more we uncover about the ancient underground world, the more we are forced to confront the scale of the mystery at hand. From the vast subterranean cities to the complex systems of tunnels and chambers that stretch far beneath the Earth's surface, the question arises, how could such structures exist, created by civilizations that, according to mainstream archaeology, didn't have the tools or the capabilities to build them? These underground megastructures are not just oddities, they challenge the very foundations of what we think we know about the history of human civilization. If these structures truly date back to periods before the advent of recorded history, then who, exactly, were the people who built them, and what knowledge or technology did they possess to create such monumental works? At first glance, these underground complexes seem like anachronisms, remnants of a forgotten era, whose builders were far more advanced than the people we typically associate with early civilization. In places like Derinkuyu, the underground city in Turkey, the sheer scale of the construction seems impossible given the tools that were believed to be available at the time. This city, with its vast network of rooms, tunnels, ventilation shafts, and wells, is an engineering marvel, far beyond the capabilities of the people thought to have built it. It stretches over 60 meters below the surface, and its design shows a level of sophistication that would be impressive even by modern standards. The first question that arises when we examine these structures is, how did the ancient builders manage to create such large, complex spaces with the most basic tools? In most cases, the technology that should have been available, rudimentary stone tools and simple hand implements, should not have been enough to carve out massive, intricate systems of tunnels and chambers from solid rock. How could people without modern equipment create vast underground cities that were both structurally sound and functionally self-sustaining? The simple answer is that they couldn't, or, at least, it seems unlikely. The level of planning and knowledge required to build such an underground city suggests that the builders possessed advanced engineering skills, not only in construction, but in understanding geology, acoustics, and ventilation. This is where the mystery deepens. If these structures were not built using basic tools and methods, then what kind of knowledge did the people who created them possess? Some theorists suggest that they may have used techniques that are now lost to history, perhaps using sound waves, vibrations, or even forms of energy manipulation to soften and shape the rock. In fact, some researchers have speculated that these ancient builders had access to technologies that have been completely lost, technologies that modern science has only just begun to understand. One of the most fascinating aspects of these underground megastructures is the way in which they seem to challenge everything we think we know about ancient human capabilities. For centuries, we have been taught that early human civilizations were primitive, that they were only able to achieve what they did through trial and error, with limited access to advanced knowledge or tools. The idea of vast underground cities, complex in design and sophisticated in their execution, doesn't fit into this narrative. If anything, these structures suggest that the early people who built them were not only more capable than we thought, but were possibly tapping into knowledge or technologies that we have yet to rediscover. Consider, for example, the case of the Longyu caves in China. These caves, which are believed to date back thousands of years, were carved out of solid rock with such precision that it is difficult to believe they were created using only rudimentary tools. The caves feature perfectly symmetrical chambers, precisely cut columns, and walls that are so smooth and even that they seem to have been formed using modern machinery. The scale of the project itself is staggering. The complex spans over 30,000 square meters, and the sheer amount of labor involved in its construction suggests that it was not the work of a small group of people with basic tools, but of a large, organized effort with access to advanced knowledge. But what is even more puzzling about the Longyu caves, and other similar underground sites, is that there is no known record of their construction. No texts, no oral traditions, no historical accounts that explain who built them, why they were built, or how they were constructed. The builders of the Longyu caves remain a mystery, their names lost to time. And while archaeologists have made many theories about their purpose, from storage to religious rituals, no one can say for certain why such enormous effort was put into carving out a vast subterranean complex. What we are left with are the remnants of a civilization, or perhaps a series of civilizations, whose achievements have been erased by time, whose knowledge has been forgotten, and whose legacy remains buried beneath the earth. This absence of historical records is not unique to the Longyu caves. It is a feature shared by many underground megastructures around the world. From the catacombs of Paris to the underground cities of Turkey, the lack of documentation surrounding these sites is both puzzling and troubling. Why were these sites built in secret, and why were their creators so determined to remain anonymous? Were they hiding something? Were they protecting a knowledge that was too dangerous for the world above? Or was it simply that these underground cities were built at a time when writing had not yet been invented, and the knowledge of their creators was passed down through other means, through oral traditions, for example, or perhaps through some kind of symbolic language now lost to history? If we are to make sense of these underground structures, we must begin to question the assumptions we've long held about the development of ancient civilization. For much of recorded history, it has been assumed that civilization emerged gradually, with small groups of people inventing writing, agriculture, and other key technologies that enabled them to build the great cities and monuments we associate with ancient cultures. But what if this view is wrong? What if the true story of human history is not one of gradual progress, but of lost civilizations that rose and fell in cycles, with knowledge and technology being passed down and then lost again, only to be rediscovered millennia later? The underground megastructures we are uncovering may be evidence of such a cycle. They may represent the remnants of an ancient civilization that was far more advanced than we've been led to believe, one that knew how to harness the natural forces of the earth in ways we can only begin to understand. Perhaps these civilizations were not only masters of construction, but also of energy, sound, and vibration, capabilities that were once common knowledge but were lost over time. The idea that ancient civilizations could have been far more advanced than we realize challenges everything we know about the development of human society. It forces us to reconsider our assumptions about ancient peoples and the technologies they had at their disposal. But the mystery doesn't end with the construction of these underground cities. It extends to their purpose. Why would anyone choose to build such massive, complex systems deep underground? The fact that so many of these underground structures are so well preserved suggests that their purpose was not just practical, but also symbolic or spiritual. Were these places designed as sanctuaries, where ancient peoples sought refuge from natural disasters or hostile invaders? Or were they sites of great significance, where knowledge, rituals, or even entire cultures were preserved and protected from the outside world? Some researchers have speculated that these underground cities were built as refuges from cataclysmic events, earthquakes, floods, or other natural disasters that may have wiped out earlier civilizations. This theory is supported by the fact that many of these underground sites are built in places where geological activity is common. The design of these underground cities, with their ventilation shafts, secure chambers, and water wells, suggests that they were intended to be self-sustaining, capable of supporting life for long periods in the event of an external catastrophe. Whatever their original purpose, the fact that these underground megastructures have survived for so long only adds to their mystery. The people who built them left no records of their existence, no explanations for their creations. But the structures themselves are undeniable. The level of sophistication, the scale of the construction, and the sheer complexity of the designs challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. And the deeper we go into these underground cities, the more we realize just how little we truly know about our past, and how much there is still to discover. The journey to uncover the truth about these ancient, underground megastructures has only just begun. And with each new discovery, the mystery grows deeper. As we dig deeper into the earth, the shadows of ancient civilizations begin to reveal themselves in ways that we could never have anticipated. The more we uncover about these underground megastructures, the more we are confronted with the unsettling realization that our understanding of human history is far from complete. Beneath the layers of rock and soil, buried for millennia, lies evidence of advanced societies that existed long before the first known civilizations. These underground wonders, from sprawling subterranean cities to vast networks of tunnels, seem to defy everything we thought we knew about ancient human capabilities. One of the most intriguing aspects of these underground structures is the mystery surrounding their creators. Who were the people who built such intricate, vast, and complex systems beneath the Earth's surface? Why did they choose to construct their cities and sanctuaries underground, away from the light of day? The more we uncover, the more it becomes clear that these were not the work of primitive cultures, as many might assume. These were societies that possessed knowledge and technology far beyond what we have been led to believe. The skill and precision required to carve out massive chambers, tunnels, and entire cities from solid rock suggests an understanding of engineering that exceeds what we commonly associate with ancient cultures. The underground cities of Turkey, like Derinkuyu, are perhaps the most famous examples of these enigmatic structures. These cities, which could house thousands of people, were carved out of volcanic rock, with multiple levels that went as deep as 60 meters below the surface. They feature everything from living quarters and kitchens to places of worship and storage, all meticulously designed to function as self-sustaining environments. But how could these ancient people have created such sophisticated underground systems without access to modern technology? The answer, it seems, lies not in the tools they used but in the knowledge they possessed. Some researchers suggest that the builders of Derinkuyu and similar underground cities may have had access to knowledge that has been lost to time, a deep understanding of geology, acoustics, and even energy manipulation. The sophistication of these underground structures raises more questions than it answers. In particular, it forces us to rethink our assumptions about the progression of human civilization. We've long believed that early societies developed in a linear fashion, with basic tools and technologies gradually giving rise to the great civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley. But what if this view is wrong? What if these underground structures are the remnants of an even older civilization, one that was far more advanced than we have been taught? Could it be that these forgotten peoples had access to technologies that we have only just begun to rediscover? The possibility of a lost civilization possessing advanced knowledge raises an even more intriguing question: how did they come to possess such knowledge? Could they have been the survivors of an earlier global civilization, one that was wiped out by a catastrophic event? If so, these underground cities could be the remnants of a civilization that had reached a peak of technological and spiritual achievement before a world-changing disaster erased it from history. This idea is supported by the fact that many of these underground structures are found in areas that are geologically active, such as in regions with a history of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or other natural disasters. But what if the builders of these underground structures weren't survivors of a lost civilization but were instead part of a culture that had developed in isolation, deep beneath the surface of the earth? It's an unsettling thought, but it's one that is worth considering. Could there have been an ancient race of people who knew how to live beneath the earth, using their knowledge of geology, energy, and the natural world to carve out vast subterranean networks? Could they have been more in tune with the earth's forces than we are today, understanding how to harness them in ways that we can only dream of? The idea of ancient people using the earth itself as a source of energy is particularly compelling. There are many unexplained phenomena surrounding these underground structures that suggest a deep connection to the natural forces of the earth. In some cases, the underground chambers and tunnels seem to resonate with a strange energy, as though they are somehow alive with power. Some researchers have even suggested that these underground sites were used as energy hubs, where ancient civilizations were able to tap into the Earth's natural vibrations, using sound, resonance, and other forms of energy to power their cities and technologies. The idea that ancient people were able to tap into these natural energies raises even more questions. Were they using some form of energy manipulation that we've forgotten, or have we simply lost the ability to understand what they knew? Another layer of mystery is added by the apparent purpose of these underground structures. What were they built for? Some theories suggest that these sites were created as sanctuaries, places where ancient peoples sought refuge from natural disasters or external threats. The idea that these underground cities were designed to protect people from earthquakes, floods, or invasions makes sense, given the strategic location of many of these sites. But it's also possible that these structures were not simply places of refuge but were built for ritualistic or ceremonial purposes. Many ancient cultures believed in the power of underground realms, seeing them as places of spiritual significance. In this context, the construction of such complex underground systems could have been a way for ancient peoples to connect with the Earth's energy, using these sites as places of worship, meditation, or spiritual initiation. What makes these underground sites even more intriguing is the fact that many of them are located far away from the centers of known ancient civilizations. For example, the underground tunnels beneath the Andes Mountains in South America, or the catacombs of Paris, seem to have no direct connection to the cultures we associate with these regions. How could people who were supposedly isolated from the rest of the world have developed such advanced knowledge of underground construction? Some researchers have speculated that these sites may be evidence of a global network of ancient civilizations, with different groups of people building similar underground structures across the world. If this is the case, then the question becomes even more pressing: were these civilizations part of a larger, interconnected global society that existed long before the rise of known cultures like the Egyptians or the Sumerians? The theory of a lost, global civilization has been gaining traction in recent years, as more and more evidence of advanced ancient structures continues to emerge. From the underground cities of Turkey to the ancient tunnels beneath the pyramids of Egypt, there is a growing body of evidence that suggests that humanity's history is far more complex than we have been taught. The idea that a single, advanced civilization once spanned the globe and shared knowledge across continents is a compelling one. But it also raises the question: why were these civilizations forgotten? What happened to them, and why did their knowledge vanish? Some researchers believe that the answer lies in a global catastrophe that wiped out these ancient peoples. The possibility of such a catastrophe is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Many ancient cultures have myths and stories of great floods, catastrophic wars, or cosmic events that brought about the end of an era. Could these ancient disasters have been the reason why so much knowledge was lost, and why so many of these underground megastructures were abandoned and forgotten? In the end, the underground megastructures we are uncovering are not just architectural marvels. They are windows into a hidden history, one that has been buried beneath the surface of the Earth for thousands of years. These structures are telling us that the story of human civilization is far more complex, far more mysterious, and far more ancient than we could have ever imagined. As we continue to explore these subterranean worlds, we are left with more questions than answers, and the search for the truth becomes even more urgent. What happened to the civilizations that built these underground cities? Where did they go? And what knowledge, technologies, and secrets did they leave behind? The answers may be closer than we think, buried just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. As the search for answers continues, the scope of the mystery surrounding the underground megastructures deepens, suggesting that these enigmatic sites may hold the key to understanding the rise and fall of ancient civilizations. The very fact that these subterranean complexes remain hidden in plain sight, often beneath the bustling modern world, reveals a pattern that suggests a lost history, one that was intentionally hidden, or perhaps buried, for reasons we can only begin to fathom. If these underground cities, tunnels, and chambers are indeed the work of a civilization older than any we currently recognize, then what does that mean for the timeline of human history itself? What does it say about the technological and cultural achievements of our distant ancestors? The sheer complexity of these structures should be enough to raise immediate questions. How could ancient cultures, long believed to be technologically primitive, have constructed such sophisticated systems deep beneath the earth? Whether it's the massive underground cities in Turkey or the labyrinthine tunnels beneath South American mountains, the scale and sophistication of these hidden sites contradict our traditional understanding of ancient capabilities. They challenge the notion that human societies evolved slowly, progressing from simple tools and rudimentary methods to the advanced technology seen in civilizations like Mesopotamia or Egypt. If these subterranean complexes truly predate those known civilizations, then they raise the disturbing possibility that an even older, more advanced civilization existed long before the rise of the ancient cultures we recognize today. It is not just the size of these underground cities that is remarkable, it's their design. Many of these complexes are designed with an astonishing level of foresight, and the precision with which they were built is almost unfathomable. Take, for example, the underground city of Derinkuyu, which is often cited as one of the most impressive examples. Carved out of solid volcanic rock, this subterranean metropolis extends over 60 meters deep, with enough space to house thousands of people. The layout includes everything from living quarters to kitchens, storage rooms, wells, and even places of worship. Each of these areas was carefully planned to ensure that the city could function as a self-sustaining community, with proper ventilation, access to water, and separation between different living areas. This wasn't simply a refuge from external threats, it was a fully functional, long-term underground city. How could such a city have been constructed so many centuries ago, and why? The answer to that question may lie in the possibility that the builders of these underground structures possessed knowledge that has since been lost to history. We often assume that ancient cultures were limited by the technologies and tools available to them, but these underground sites challenge that assumption. The very fact that these people were able to create such intricate and massive systems of tunnels, rooms, and chambers suggests that they had access to advanced knowledge in areas such as geology, engineering, and acoustics, knowledge that was lost or suppressed over time. The precision with which these structures were designed and built suggests that the builders understood how to manipulate the earth itself, utilizing its natural properties to create spaces that would endure for millennia. Could they have used sound, vibration, or other energy-based technologies to carve through solid rock? Could they have understood the principles of acoustics and resonance in ways that modern science is only beginning to explore? Some researchers have suggested that the key to understanding these structures lies in the possibility that the ancient builders were using sound or vibrational frequencies to shape and carve the rock. There is growing evidence in modern science that sound waves and vibrations can be used to alter the physical properties of materials, and some believe that ancient cultures may have discovered this principle long before we did. If this theory is correct, then it would suggest that these underground megastructures were not simply built with rudimentary tools, but were the product of a deep understanding of the natural world, an understanding that has since been lost or forgotten. The implications of such a discovery would be staggering. It would suggest that ancient peoples had access to technologies that we are only beginning to understand today, and it could potentially revolutionize our understanding of ancient human achievement. But there is another, equally compelling explanation for the construction of these underground cities, the possibility that they were built in response to a cataclysmic event. It's a theory that is gaining traction in some archaeological circles, and it proposes that these underground complexes were created as refuges from a global disaster, whether natural or man-made. Could it be that an ancient civilization faced a worldwide catastrophe, whether a flood, an earthquake, or a comet impact, that forced people to retreat beneath the Earth's surface for survival? In this scenario, the underground cities were not just places of refuge, but also hubs for preserving knowledge, culture, and even technological advancements that were too valuable to be lost in the chaos of the disaster. The idea of a global catastrophe is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures have myths and legends about great floods, catastrophic wars, and cosmic events that brought about the end of an age. The most famous of these stories is the biblical account of Noah's Ark, in which humanity is said to have been saved from a great flood. Similar flood myths exist in cultures across the world, from the Sumerians to the ancient Greeks. Could these stories be based on a real, world-altering event that prompted people to seek refuge in underground cities? And if so, what does that say about the ancient civilizations that built them? If these underground cities were built as a response to such a catastrophe, then the question becomes, who built them and how did they survive? Were they the remnants of a highly advanced global civilization, one that had the technology and resources to create vast underground networks? Or were they the survivors of smaller, isolated groups, each with their own knowledge of how to survive beneath the earth? The answer to that question could change everything we know about human history. It could suggest that the story of our past is not a linear progression from primitive societies to modern civilization, but a series of cycles, each one punctuated by a cataclysmic event that wipes out much of the knowledge and technology of the previous age. One of the most fascinating aspects of this theory is the idea that these underground megastructures were not just built for survival, but also to preserve knowledge. If the builders of these underground cities were able to survive a global catastrophe, they would have wanted to ensure that the knowledge and technology that enabled their survival would not be lost. These underground sites may have served as libraries, repositories of ancient wisdom that could be passed down to future generations. The idea that ancient cultures took great care to preserve knowledge for the future is not a new one. Throughout history, many cultures have placed great value on the preservation of knowledge, from the ancient Egyptians and their monumental libraries to the Greeks and Romans, who sought to preserve and build upon the knowledge of their predecessors. If these underground cities were indeed built as knowledge sanctuaries, then they may hold the key to understanding not just the history of human civilization, but also the lost technologies and wisdom that were hidden away in the aftermath of a catastrophe. However, the possibility that these underground megastructures were part of a global network of ancient civilizations raises even more unsettling questions. If there was once a global civilization with the ability to build such advanced structures, what happened to it? Did it collapse as a result of a cataclysmic event, or did it simply vanish, its knowledge and achievements erased from history? And if this civilization did exist, what happened to its survivors? Did they return to the surface and rebuild, or did they remain hidden beneath the earth, guarding the secrets of their past for centuries? The answers to these questions may never be fully understood, but the underground sites we are uncovering suggest that we are only scratching the surface of a much larger, more complex history. As we continue to explore these subterranean marvels, we are confronted with the possibility that our entire understanding of human civilization is incomplete, that the true story of our past is far more mysterious, far more ancient, and far more complex than we could have ever imagined. With each new discovery, the story of these lost civilizations becomes even more compelling, and the search for answers grows ever more urgent. What secrets are hidden beneath the Earth's surface, waiting to be uncovered? Only time will tell. As we continue to delve deeper into the world of ancient underground megastructures, the mystery becomes more profound. These sites, scattered across the globe, hold within them not only the physical remains of a long-forgotten past but also the echoes of an advanced civilization that seems to have vanished without a trace. The more we uncover, the more we begin to realize that these structures are not merely relics of a primitive age, they represent something far more complex, far more enigmatic. The people who built these underground cities and tunnels were not only skilled architects and engineers but were also likely capable of technologies and knowledge that remain a mystery to us today. As we study these sites, we are faced with the unsettling question: what happened to the builders of these underground megastructures, and why did they choose to disappear into the earth itself? There are many theories about who could have constructed these megastructures and why. Some suggest that the builders were survivors of a global catastrophe, forced to retreat underground in order to escape a natural disaster, an invasion, or even a cataclysmic war. This theory is supported by the presence of many of these underground cities in areas that are known to have experienced significant geological activity in ancient times, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or flooding. The ancient cultures that built these megastructures may have been aware of impending dangers and constructed their cities underground to protect themselves from the elements. However, there is another theory, one that is perhaps even more unsettling. suggesting that these underground complexes were not just refuges from disaster but were the product of a civilization that had reached a level of technological sophistication far beyond what we have been led to believe. The idea of a highly advanced ancient civilization capable of creating such monumental underground structures raises profound questions about the progression of human history. Traditionally, we have been taught that ancient societies slowly evolved from primitive hunter-gatherer groups to complex urban civilizations over the course of thousands of years. This model suggests a gradual accumulation of knowledge and technology, with each generation building upon the last. However, the existence of these underground megastructures suggests that this view may be overly simplistic. What if, instead of a gradual progression, the true history of humanity is more cyclical in nature, with advanced civilizations rising and falling over the course of millennia, each one leaving behind the remnants of their knowledge in the form of these mysterious underground sites? One of the most compelling aspects of these underground structures is their scale and design. They are not just small, rudimentary shelters, they are vast, complex systems that seem to defy the limitations of ancient technology. For instance, the underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey, with its sprawling network of tunnels, chambers, and ventilation shafts, is a feat of engineering that should have been impossible for the people of the time to achieve. The city extends some 60 meters beneath the surface and is large enough to accommodate thousands of people. What is even more remarkable is the fact that the city is believed to have been built in a relatively short period of time. Yet it is clear that the builders possessed a level of engineering and architectural expertise that surpasses anything we associate with ancient societies. The question that arises is how these ancient people could have created such a sophisticated underground city without the tools and machinery that we associate with modern construction. Some researchers believe that these ancient builders may have used techniques and technologies that have since been lost to history. It is possible that they had access to methods of construction that we are only beginning to understand today, such as the ability to manipulate sound, vibration, or even energy in ways that allowed them to carve massive chambers and tunnels out of solid rock. Modern science has demonstrated that sound waves can be used to manipulate materials, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that ancient cultures could have discovered this phenomenon and used it to create their underground megastructures. Could it be that the builders of Derinkuyu and other similar sites understood principles of acoustics and energy manipulation that have been forgotten over time? Alternatively, it is possible that these underground cities were not just the product of advanced engineering but were designed with a specific purpose in mind, one that went beyond mere survival. Many ancient cultures believed in the power of the earth itself and saw it as a source of spiritual energy. In some cultures, the earth was viewed as a living being, with its own consciousness and power. Could it be that the builders of these underground sites were seeking to tap into the Earth's energy? If these sites were constructed to be in harmony with the natural energies of the planet, then they would have required a deep understanding of the forces that govern the Earth. The idea that ancient people could have had access to this kind of knowledge is both fascinating and terrifying. If they were able to harness the Earth's energy, it could explain how they were able to build such massive, durable structures without modern technology. One of the most compelling aspects of these underground sites is the idea that they may have been part of a global network of civilizations that existed long before the rise of known ancient cultures. There are striking similarities between the underground complexes found in places as diverse as Turkey, South America, and Egypt. Some researchers believe that these sites were all part of a lost global civilization that spanned continents and existed long before the rise of the Egyptians, Sumerians, or Indus Valley civilizations. This theory is supported by the presence of similar architectural features in these sites, such as large stone chambers, ventilation shafts, and intricate tunnels. The question then becomes, why would these civilizations, which were capable of creating such advanced structures, have disappeared without leaving behind any clear records of their existence? Could it be that these civilizations were wiped out by a global catastrophe, their knowledge and achievements lost to time? Some theorists have proposed that a massive natural disaster, such as a comet impact, a great flood, or a shift in the Earth's magnetic poles, caused the collapse of these ancient civilizations, forcing their survivors to retreat underground in order to survive. If this theory is true, then the underground cities could be seen as the last remnants of a once great global culture, hidden away for millennia while the surface world struggled to recover from the cataclysm. The idea of a global catastrophe is supported by the existence of flood myths and legends found in many ancient cultures, all of which tell of a great deluge that wiped out much of humanity. Could these myths be based on real events, passed down through generations as a way of preserving the memory of a lost civilization? If these underground sites were created as refuges from a disaster, then the question arises, why have they remained hidden for so long? Some researchers believe that the survivors of these ancient civilizations deliberately hid their cities from the world, perhaps out of fear that their knowledge and technology could be misused. Over time, these underground sites were forgotten, their locations lost to history. Others suggest that these underground cities may have been preserved not just to protect knowledge but to safeguard the survival of a select group of people, those who were entrusted with maintaining the secrets of the past. In this view, the underground structures are not just physical sites, they are repositories of lost knowledge, waiting to be rediscovered. The idea that these ancient underground cities may hold the key to unlocking the true history of humanity is both thrilling and unsettling. As we continue to explore these sites and uncover their secrets, we are faced with the possibility that the history of human civilization is far more complex than we have been led to believe. The more we learn about these underground megastructures, the more we realize that there is much we do not know about our past, and the more we are left to wonder what other secrets lie buried beneath the Earth's surface. The search for answers is just beginning, and as we continue to uncover these ancient sites, the mystery only grows deeper. What happened to the civilizations that built these underground cities, and why did they disappear? The answers may be closer than we think, buried in the depths of the earth, waiting to be discovered. As we continue our exploration of these ancient underground megastructures, it becomes clear that we are dealing with more than just impressive feats of engineering. These hidden cities, tunnels, and chambers are much more than remnants of a past civilization. They represent the extraordinary capabilities of a forgotten culture that has left behind evidence of a profound understanding of the earth, energy, and even human survival. The deeper we dive into the mysteries surrounding these underground marvels, the more we begin to realize that the story of humanity may not be a simple progression from primitive to advanced. Instead, it may be a series of lost cycles, civilizations rising to heights of knowledge and technological mastery only to be destroyed by forces beyond their control, with their secrets buried deep beneath the surface for centuries. One of the most astonishing aspects of these underground sites is the way in which they seem to transcend the limitations of their time. The idea that ancient societies could have constructed such sophisticated underground cities using only primitive tools and rudimentary technologies has long been dismissed by mainstream archaeology. However, as more and more of these megastructures are uncovered, it becomes harder to deny that the builders must have possessed knowledge far beyond what we associate with ancient cultures. It is not just the scale of these structures that baffles researchers, it is the precision, the design, and the sheer ingenuity involved in their construction. These underground cities were not simply hastily carved out shelters, they were planned, designed, and executed with remarkable skill. It's as if the builders had a comprehensive understanding of engineering, architecture, and geology that is still beyond our grasp today. Take the city of Derinkuyu in Turkey, for example. This subterranean metropolis is a mind-boggling 60 meters deep, with an extensive network of tunnels and chambers that could house thousands of people. What is most impressive about Derinkuyu is not just its sheer size, but its functionality. The city is equipped with everything needed to sustain life: ventilation shafts, wells, living spaces, storage rooms, kitchens, and even places of worship. The levels of this underground complex are connected by steep tunnels and stairways, and the design ensures that the air supply remains fresh, even deep beneath the Earth's surface. The city's complex layout suggests that its builders had an advanced understanding of how to create a self-sustaining environment. Given the limited tools at their disposal, how could these people have designed and built such an intricate system of tunnels and chambers with such precision? The more we learn about these underground cities, the more we begin to realize that we are dealing with a level of craftsmanship and knowledge that was far ahead of its time. But how did these builders achieve such feats of engineering? What methods and technologies did they employ to carve massive tunnels and create durable structures deep beneath the earth? One possible explanation is that the builders of these underground cities possessed an advanced understanding of sound and vibration. In recent years, scientists have begun to explore the potential of sound waves and vibrations to manipulate materials, and some researchers believe that the ancient people who built these structures may have used similar techniques to carve through rock. The idea that sound could be used to alter the properties of materials is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Modern science has demonstrated that sound waves can be used to weaken or soften certain types of rock, making it easier to carve or shape them. If ancient builders had discovered this principle, it would explain how they could have constructed such complex and precise underground structures without modern tools. The use of sound as a tool for construction is still largely theoretical, but the idea that ancient civilizations may have used it is one of the most fascinating aspects of this mystery. If the builders of these underground megastructures were indeed capable of harnessing the power of sound or vibration, it would suggest that they had access to a form of technology that has since been lost to history. This raises the possibility that ancient civilizations may have had access to a broader range of tools and techniques than we currently acknowledge. Could the people who built these underground cities have had a deeper understanding of energy manipulation, acoustics, and even the Earth's natural forces than we do today? Could they have used this knowledge to carve massive underground chambers and tunnels that are far more intricate and sophisticated than anything we could build with modern tools? The idea that ancient civilizations were capable of such feats of engineering challenges everything we know about the evolution of human technology. But the question of how these underground cities were built is only part of the mystery. Equally perplexing is the question of why they were built in the first place. What purpose did these massive, complex underground systems serve? The answer to this question is still largely speculative, but there are several theories that could shed light on the motivations behind their construction. One of the most compelling theories is that these underground cities were created as refuges from some kind of disaster, whether natural or man-made. Many ancient cultures have myths and stories about great cataclysms, floods, earthquakes, or other cosmic events that wiped out entire civilizations. Could it be that the builders of these underground cities were attempting to protect themselves from such an event? The idea that ancient civilizations built underground cities as a way to safeguard their populations from a global catastrophe is a theory that is gaining traction among researchers. If such a catastrophe did occur, it could explain why these underground sites are found in areas that are prone to geological activity, such as earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. But what if these underground cities were not just built as places of refuge, but as places of knowledge preservation? Some researchers believe that these subterranean cities were used to store and protect valuable knowledge and technology. If the ancient builders were facing the collapse of their civilization, they may have sought to protect their cultural and technological achievements by hiding them underground. This theory suggests that the underground cities were not just shelters from disaster, but also repositories of knowledge, containing scrolls, artifacts, or even technologies that could be used to rebuild society in the aftermath of a catastrophic event. This would explain why some of these sites seem to have been carefully designed to preserve knowledge. The presence of intricate ventilation systems, complex water supply networks, and self-sustaining designs suggests that the people who built these cities were not just concerned with survival, but with creating a lasting legacy, a legacy that could survive the ravages of time. The idea that these underground sites were meant to preserve knowledge brings to mind the ancient libraries of Alexandria and other centers of learning, which were destroyed in cataclysmic events. If the builders of these underground cities were aware of the fragility of human civilization, they may have made a concerted effort to protect their most valuable knowledge. The possibility that these sites could have been used to store important cultural and technological information is tantalizing, and it raises the stakes of the mystery surrounding these underground megastructures. If these sites were indeed designed to preserve knowledge, then the question becomes, what knowledge did they contain? What secrets were hidden away in these underground vaults, and what can they tell us about the lost civilizations that created them? Another compelling theory is that these underground cities were built not just as shelters or repositories of knowledge, but as spiritual or ceremonial spaces. Many ancient cultures believed in the power of the earth, viewing it as a living entity that could be harnessed for spiritual purposes. It is possible that these underground cities were built in accordance with spiritual or metaphysical beliefs, designed to align with the natural energies of the earth. Some researchers have speculated that the builders of these megastructures may have sought to tap into the earth's energy, using the underground spaces as places of worship, ritual, or meditation. This theory is supported by the fact that many of these underground cities have been found to contain symbolic carvings, altars, and other artifacts that suggest they had spiritual significance. Regardless of their original purpose, the discovery of these underground megastructures has profound implications for our understanding of ancient civilizations. If these sites were built by advanced cultures that had access to knowledge and technologies far beyond what we have been taught, then the entire history of humanity may need to be rewritten. These underground cities are not just physical structures, they are clues to a lost history, one that challenges everything we know about human evolution, technology, and the rise and fall of civilizations. As we continue to uncover these sites, the mystery only deepens. What happened to the civilizations that built these underground cities? What secrets do they hold, and why were they hidden beneath the earth for so long? The answers to these questions may forever change the way we view our past and the true capabilities of our ancient ancestors. As we venture deeper into the mystery of these ancient underground megastructures, it becomes increasingly clear that these sites hold far more than just architectural wonders. They hold the key to unraveling the enigmatic history of human civilization itself. These massive underground complexes, spanning continents and civilizations, suggest that the story of humanity may not be the linear progression we have always assumed. The more we discover, the more we are confronted with the unsettling reality that ancient cultures may have been far more advanced than we've been led to believe, and the timeline of human history could be much older and more complex than we ever imagined. The underground cities, tunnels, and chambers we are uncovering across the globe seem to offer a glimpse into an age long gone, one that was lost to time due to a series of catastrophic events, whether natural or man-made. These structures, hidden beneath layers of earth for thousands of years, serve as silent witnesses to a time when human societies possessed knowledge, technology, and engineering expertise far beyond what we attribute to ancient cultures. As we peel back the layers of history, we are forced to confront the possibility that an entire civilization, perhaps even multiple civilizations, reached a level of sophistication long before the rise of the Egyptians, the Sumerians, or the Indus Valley. If these underground megastructures were indeed created by such advanced cultures, then what does this mean for the rest of human history? What happened to these societies, and why did they vanish from the historical record? At the heart of this mystery lies the question of how these underground complexes were constructed. The sheer scale and complexity of these structures suggest that the people who built them possessed knowledge of architecture and engineering that we still do not fully comprehend. Take the underground city of Derinkuyu, for instance. With its multi-level, labyrinthine network of tunnels, chambers, and even areas for worship, this subterranean city was clearly designed with a long-term vision in mind. The people who built it didn't just dig out rudimentary shelter, they created a fully functional city with everything necessary for survival: air vents, water systems, storage rooms, living spaces, and even defense mechanisms. But how could such a city have been constructed without the advanced tools and machinery we associate with modern construction? The sheer precision and design of these megastructures suggest a level of knowledge far beyond the capabilities of ancient societies, calling into question our entire understanding of what was possible at the time. One theory that has gained traction among researchers is that these ancient builders had access to a type of technology or knowledge that we have lost to history. Some have speculated that these civilizations understood the properties of sound and vibration in ways that modern science is only beginning to explore. Recent studies have shown that sound waves and vibrations can be used to manipulate materials, including stone and rock, and it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility that ancient builders may have discovered these principles long before we did. If this is true, it would explain how these underground complexes were carved with such precision and intricacy, without the use of modern machinery. These ancient peoples may have harnessed the power of sound, vibration, or even energy manipulation to carve vast tunnels and chambers through solid rock. Could they have had access to a technology that allowed them to shape the earth itself? Could the underground megastructures we see today be the remnants of a lost form of construction, one that allowed these ancient civilizations to build on a scale and with a level of detail that we can only dream of? This theory of lost ancient technology challenges the conventional wisdom of human history, which typically portrays ancient societies as technologically primitive and gradually advancing over time. The idea that ancient civilizations could have had access to highly advanced technology that has been lost, forgotten, or suppressed, forces us to reconsider the entire timeline of human development. If these underground megastructures are indeed the product of such advanced technology, then the implications for our understanding of history are profound. It suggests that we may have missed entire chapters of human civilizations that were far more advanced than we ever thought possible, and that left behind physical evidence of their knowledge and achievements, buried deep beneath the surface of the earth. But the question remains, why did these civilizations choose to build underground cities in the first place? What was the purpose of these massive, intricate structures, and why were they constructed so far beneath the Earth's surface? The answer to this question is still the subject of much debate, but there are a few prevailing theories. One of the most widely discussed theories is that these underground cities were built as refuges, constructed to protect their inhabitants from natural disasters or other catastrophic events. Many ancient cultures have myths and legends about great floods, cosmic upheavals, and global cataclysms, events that could have forced entire civilizations to seek shelter underground. If these underground cities were built as survival mechanisms, it would explain why they are often found in regions prone to earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or other geological disturbances. It is possible that the builders of these structures were responding to an environmental or cosmic threat that was beyond their control, and they turned to the Earth itself as a means of protection. This theory of catastrophe-driven construction is not just based on the geographical locations of these underground cities, but also on the designs themselves. The intricate ventilation shafts, water supply systems, and defense mechanisms built into these subterranean cities suggest that the people who constructed them were preparing for a long-term survival situation. These cities were not just temporary shelters, they were designed to be fully self-sustaining, with the ability to house large populations for extended periods of time. This level of foresight indicates that the builders were not merely reacting to immediate threats, they were anticipating a future that would require resilience and resourcefulness. Could these ancient civilizations have known that a great upheaval was coming? Were they preparing for a cataclysmic event that would change the world forever? Another theory is that these underground cities were not merely created for survival, but were part of a broader spiritual or ceremonial purpose. Many ancient cultures held the belief that the earth itself was sacred, and that underground spaces were connected to the spiritual realm. The Egyptians, for example, believed that the underworld was a place of transformation, where the soul underwent trials and purification. Could the builders of these underground megastructures have shared similar beliefs, using the underground as a sacred space where they could commune with the earth, the elements, or even otherworldly forces? The presence of ritualistic symbols, carvings, and altars found in many of these underground complexes supports this idea. It is possible that these underground cities were not simply utilitarian structures, but were also sites of deep spiritual significance, designed to connect the builders with the energies of the earth itself. The idea of an ancient, lost civilization building such complex and sophisticated underground structures also raises the question of how these societies were organized. What kind of social, political, and economic systems existed in these underground cities? How did these people sustain themselves, and how did they organize their communities? While there is still much we don't know about these ancient civilizations, it is clear that they were highly organized and capable of large-scale construction projects. The underground cities were not just isolated pockets of human habitation, they were fully integrated systems with carefully planned layouts, multiple levels, and advanced infrastructure. This suggests that the people who built them had access to a form of governance or social organization that allowed for the coordination of such massive projects. Could these underground cities have been part of a larger, more advanced global network of civilizations, united by a shared knowledge of survival and sustainability? As we uncover more about these underground megastructures, we are left with more questions than answers. What happened to the civilizations that built these cities? Why did they vanish, and why were their cities hidden beneath the earth for so long? Could it be that these civilizations were the victims of a global catastrophe that wiped them out, leaving only their underground cities as evidence of their once great achievements? Or were they deliberately hidden away, their knowledge and technology preserved for a future generation to rediscover? The more we explore, the more we realize that we are on the brink of uncovering a hidden chapter of human history, one that has been buried for millennia, waiting to be uncovered. And with each new discovery, we are forced to rethink what we know about the past, and about the incredible capabilities of ancient civilizations that may have been far more advanced than we ever imagined. As the investigation into these ancient underground megastructures unfolds, one truth becomes undeniable: the complexity and scale of these sites suggest an entirely different narrative of human history, one that has long been buried beneath the weight of time, forgotten by modern civilization. The underground cities, tunnels, and chambers that span across various continents all bear the hallmark of a lost culture that seemed to possess a mastery over architecture, engineering, and resource management that we have long underestimated in our understanding of ancient societies. These sites don't just hint at a forgotten past, they compel us to reconsider the entire trajectory of human development. If these subterranean monuments are the remnants of an advanced civilization, what was the nature of their society, and how did they achieve such remarkable feats? What happened to them, and why did they disappear without leaving behind more tangible evidence of their existence? The allure of these underground structures is not merely in their size or architectural ingenuity. It lies in the profound questions they raise about the sophistication of ancient civilizations. How could people thousands of years ago create such elaborate, self-sustaining underground cities without the tools, machines, or resources we typically associate with large-scale construction projects? These underground megastructures challenge our conventional understanding of ancient technology, pointing to a knowledge of engineering and geology that has been all but lost to history. The sheer scale of these cities, often extending deep beneath the Earth's surface, with sprawling networks of tunnels and chambers, suggests that their builders understood principles of construction that modern science is still only beginning to explore. In some cases, these subterranean cities are as deep as 60 meters, and the design and precision with which they were built seem impossible to achieve with the rudimentary tools we believe were available at the time. The idea that these underground structures were created by simple hand tools and rudimentary excavation methods is difficult to reconcile with the level of sophistication evident in their design. These sites, such as the sprawling underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey, seem to have been meticulously planned with multiple floors, strategic ventilation shafts, and highly advanced water management systems. These cities were more than temporary shelters. They were designed to house entire populations for extended periods, possibly in the event of a catastrophe. But who were the people who built these cities, and what kind of knowledge did they possess that enabled them to construct such complex systems? One possibility is that the creators of these underground cities were the inheritors of an ancient, highly advanced civilization that predates all known historical records. This civilization could have possessed knowledge of engineering, acoustics, and energy manipulation that we have since forgotten. Could it be that these ancient people had a profound understanding of the natural world and the Earth's hidden properties, knowledge that has been lost over time, possibly deliberately suppressed? The idea that ancient civilizations had access to technologies far beyond what we currently acknowledge is not new, but the discovery of these underground sites lends a new urgency to the investigation. The fact that these structures were built with such precision and foresight suggests that their creators understood principles that modern science is only beginning to uncover. For example, some researchers suggest that the builders of these underground megastructures may have used sound and vibration to carve out tunnels and chambers in the rock. The manipulation of sound waves is a phenomenon that modern science has only recently begun to explore, but there is growing evidence that sound waves can be used to manipulate materials, including rock and stone. Could the ancient civilizations that built these underground cities have understood the properties of sound and vibration in ways that we are only now beginning to comprehend? The possibility that ancient people harnessed sound, energy, or even vibrational frequencies to carve through solid rock is a tantalizing one. If this theory is true, it would explain how these civilizations were able to create such complex underground structures without modern machinery or advanced tools. The presence of these advanced technologies challenges our understanding of human development, particularly the idea that ancient societies evolved gradually from simple hunter-gatherer communities to complex civilizations. The construction of these massive underground cities suggests that these societies may have experienced rapid advancements in technology, or that they inherited knowledge from an earlier, more advanced civilization that had already achieved significant technological feats. This opens up the possibility that human history is not a linear progression from primitive to advanced, but rather a cycle of civilizations rising and falling over millennia. What we now perceive as the beginning of civilization, the rise of ancient Sumer, Egypt, or the Indus Valley, may not be the true beginning of human history. Instead, these civilizations may have emerged from the ashes of an earlier, more advanced society, with knowledge and technologies that were either lost or intentionally hidden. The notion that these underground cities were created by survivors of a lost civilization raises another intriguing question: what happened to the people who built them? If these cities were constructed as refuges from a global catastrophe, it is possible that the civilization that built them was wiped out by some kind of catastrophic event. This could have been a natural disaster, such as a massive earthquake, volcanic eruption, or flood, or it could have been a man-made event, such as a war or technological collapse. The fact that these underground cities were built to house entire populations suggests that the builders were preparing for something on a massive scale, something that required not only survival skills but also a long-term vision for the preservation of knowledge and culture. Were these underground complexes built to protect humanity from the destruction of a global calamity, or were they created by a group of people who had the foresight to protect their knowledge for future generations? The idea of a global catastrophe wiping out advanced civilizations is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures, from the Egyptians to the Mayans, have myths about great floods or cosmic upheavals that brought about the end of an age. Could these ancient stories be based on real events that were passed down through generations? If so, these underground cities could represent the last remnants of a lost civilization, preserved not only as a place of refuge but also as a sanctuary for knowledge and technology. Perhaps the creators of these underground cities knew that the collapse of their civilization was imminent, and they took steps to ensure that their knowledge would survive, even if their society did not. Another theory is that these underground sites were not merely refuges but were part of a broader, more complex plan for the preservation of knowledge. The strategic design of these cities, with their advanced water systems, ventilation shafts, and multi-level layouts, suggests that the builders were not simply seeking survival, they were seeking to preserve the most valuable aspects of their culture, including their scientific knowledge, religious beliefs, and technological innovations. Some researchers believe that these underground sites were repositories for sacred knowledge or spiritual wisdom, hidden away to protect them from destruction. If this is the case, the underground cities could be seen as time capsules, preserving the knowledge and achievements of a forgotten civilization for future generations to rediscover. The presence of advanced infrastructure, along with the intricate carvings and symbols found in many of these underground complexes, also raises the possibility that these sites were used for religious or ceremonial purposes. The fact that these sites were built with such care and precision suggests that they were not merely utilitarian, they may have held deep spiritual significance for the people who created them. Some researchers have speculated that these underground cities were constructed to align with the natural energies of the earth, serving as places of spiritual power or ritual. If this is the case, then the underground cities may not only represent the physical remnants of a lost civilization but also a deeper, more symbolic connection between humanity and the forces of nature. The more we explore these underground megastructures, the more we are forced to reconsider what we know about the ancient past. These sites are not just isolated examples of human ingenuity, they are part of a larger, more complex story that we are only beginning to understand. The fact that these cities were constructed deep beneath the earth suggests that the people who built them had access to knowledge that we have long forgotten or suppressed. As we continue to uncover these hidden remnants of the past, we are faced with the possibility that our entire understanding of human history needs to be rewritten. Could the builders of these underground cities have been the custodians of ancient knowledge, passing down the secrets of the earth and the cosmos for future generations to rediscover? The search for answers is just beginning, and as we continue to explore these ancient sites, we may find that the story of humanity is far more mysterious, complex, and awe-inspiring than we ever imagined. As we continue our journey through the mysteries of ancient underground megastructures, we begin to realize that these sites might not just be remnants of a lost civilization. They might be the keys to understanding an entirely different chapter of human history. These subterranean cities, hidden deep beneath the Earth's surface, tell a story of engineering marvels and architectural feats that seem to defy the conventional narrative of human progress. From the intricately designed tunnels and chambers to the self-sustaining systems that allowed entire populations to thrive underground, these megastructures reveal a level of sophistication that pushes the boundaries of what we thought was possible for ancient cultures. The more we explore these underground cities, the more we are confronted with unsettling questions. How could civilizations so long ago possess such advanced knowledge of engineering, acoustics, and natural resources? How did they manage to construct these massive underground complexes, some of which extend hundreds of meters into the earth, using only the simplest tools and rudimentary methods? The sheer scale and complexity of these structures suggest that their builders must have had access to knowledge and techniques that we have long forgotten, or perhaps never knew existed at all. The underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey, one of the most famous of these subterranean complexes, offers a glimpse into the extraordinary planning and engineering that went into constructing these sites. The city is believed to have been capable of housing up to 20,000 people, with multiple levels that include living quarters, storage rooms, kitchens, places of worship, and even ventilation shafts. The precision with which these tunnels and chambers were carved out of solid rock is nothing short of astonishing. The ventilation shafts, for example, were designed to ensure that fresh air could reach every part of the city, even deep underground, and the water systems were constructed to provide a steady supply of water for its inhabitants. It's clear that the builders of these underground cities understood the importance of sustainability and self-sufficiency, and they were able to create a complex system that could support life for extended periods without the need for outside resources. What is even more remarkable about Derinkuyu is the fact that it appears to have been built not just as a temporary refuge, but as a permanent settlement. The level of organization and foresight involved in constructing such a city suggests that its creators were planning for long-term survival. This raises the question, why would an ancient civilization feel the need to build such an extensive underground network? What kind of threat or disaster could have prompted the construction of a city that was buried so deep beneath the earth? One theory that has gained traction is that these underground cities were built as refuges from a global catastrophe. Many ancient cultures have myths and legends about great floods, earthquakes, and other cataclysmic events that destroyed entire civilizations. Could it be that the builders of these underground cities were responding to a similar global disaster, seeking shelter and protection beneath the Earth's surface? If such a catastrophe did occur, it might explain why the survivors of these ancient civilizations went to such great lengths to build subterranean cities capable of withstanding the forces of nature. The fact that many of these underground cities are located in areas prone to seismic activity, such as Turkey, where Derinkuyu is located, further supports the idea that these sites were built as a response to natural disasters. Another possibility is that these underground megastructures were designed to protect their inhabitants from human threats, such as invasions or wars. The sheer defensibility of these underground cities suggests that the builders may have been preparing for some kind of conflict. The ability to live and thrive underground, away from the reach of invaders, would have provided a strategic advantage in times of war. The presence of secret entrances, hidden tunnels, and even traps to deter intruders in many of these sites supports this theory. The builders of these underground cities may have anticipated that the surface world would become too dangerous, and they took steps to ensure that their society could survive in isolation. But what if these underground cities weren't just built for survival in times of crisis? What if they were part of a larger, more complex plan, one that involved the preservation of knowledge and culture for future generations? Some researchers believe that these megastructures were not only refuges from disaster but also repositories of ancient knowledge, designed to protect sacred texts, scientific discoveries, and other valuable information. In this view, the builders of these underground cities were not simply trying to survive, they were trying to safeguard their intellectual and spiritual legacy. The idea that these sites were designed to protect knowledge is supported by the presence of symbols, carvings, and altars found in many of these underground cities. These features suggest that the people who built these cities placed great importance on the preservation of their culture and beliefs, and they may have seen the underground as a sacred space, one that could safeguard their wisdom for posterity. The presence of advanced infrastructure in these underground cities further suggests that the builders were not simply concerned with survival, they were concerned with maintaining a high standard of living. The advanced water systems, ventilation shafts, and multi-level layouts indicate that the creators of these sites had a deep understanding of engineering, and they were able to design complex systems that could support life for extended periods. These underground cities were not mere survival bunkers, they were vibrant, functioning societies that could house thousands of people for years, even centuries, if necessary. The fact that these cities were designed with such care and precision suggests that the builders were highly organized and capable of coordinating large-scale construction projects. The level of planning involved in constructing these underground cities points to a sophisticated society, one that had the resources and knowledge to undertake such an ambitious undertaking. Another aspect of these underground cities that raises intriguing questions is their relationship to the natural world. Many of these sites are located in regions that are known for their seismic activity, volcanic eruptions, or other natural disasters. Could the builders have chosen these locations for a specific reason, perhaps because they believed the Earth itself held special significance? Some researchers speculate that the builders of these underground cities had a spiritual or metaphysical understanding of the Earth, and they saw it as a powerful force that could be harnessed for practical and spiritual purposes. The idea that the Earth itself may have played a role in the construction of these underground sites adds a layer of mystery to the question of why they were built in the first place. Could it be that the builders of these underground cities were attempting to align themselves with the natural energies of the Earth? Many ancient cultures believed that the Earth was a living entity, and they viewed it as a source of power and wisdom. The construction of these underground cities could have been an attempt to tap into these natural forces. Some researchers have suggested that the underground chambers and tunnels may have been designed to harness the energy of the Earth's magnetic fields or other natural phenomena. If this is the case, then the builders of these cities may have been seeking to access a form of energy or power that we are only beginning to understand. The presence of symbolic carvings and altars in these sites supports the idea that these cities were not just practical spaces, they may have been designed with a deeper, spiritual purpose in mind. Whatever the true purpose of these underground megastructures, it is clear that they represent an extraordinary achievement in human history. The sheer scale and complexity of these sites challenge our conventional understanding of ancient civilizations and their capabilities. These underground cities suggest that ancient peoples may have been far more advanced than we give them credit for. The more we learn about these sites, the more we are forced to confront the possibility that human history is much older and more complex than we ever imagined. These underground cities are not just physical structures, they are clues to a lost civilization, one that had access to knowledge and technologies that have been lost to time. As we continue to uncover these hidden cities and explore their secrets, we are left with more questions than answers. What happened to the civilizations that built these underground megastructures? Why did they disappear, and what can we learn from the knowledge they left behind? The more we study these sites, the more we are forced to reconsider everything we thought we knew about ancient history. Were these underground cities built as refuges, as repositories of knowledge, or as sacred spaces? Were they the product of a lost civilization, one that possessed knowledge and technology that we have long forgotten? The answers to these questions may forever change our understanding of human history and the remarkable capabilities of our ancient ancestors. As we delve deeper into the mystery of ancient underground megastructures, a striking pattern emerges. These sites don't merely represent extraordinary feats of engineering, but rather the remnants of a complex and advanced civilization, one whose knowledge and capabilities have been lost to time. The underground cities, tunnels, and chambers scattered across the globe suggest that these ancient peoples were not only capable of monumental construction projects, but they also had a deep understanding of the natural world and its hidden forces. These megastructures, often carved into solid rock and extending for miles underground, raise profound questions about human history, questions that challenge the conventional narrative we have long accepted about the development of early civilizations. At the core of this mystery lies the question of why these civilizations chose to build underground cities at all. In regions where these underground complexes have been discovered, the Earth holds more than just physical structures. It holds stories of survival, innovation, and perhaps even spiritual enlightenment. Why, in a time where above-ground settlements were the norm, did entire cities exist beneath the surface? The most obvious theory is that these underground cities were created as refuges from some cataclysmic event. This theory suggests that the ancient builders were responding to a global disaster, such as a massive flood, an asteroid strike, or a volcanic eruption. The idea that ancient civilizations built underground as a means of protection from such events is not just a speculative theory. It is grounded in the numerous myths and legends from cultures across the world that tell of great cataclysms that wiped out entire civilizations. The idea of a global catastrophe is supported by the strategic locations of many of these underground cities. For instance, many of the known sites, such as those found in Turkey, are situated in regions prone to earthquakes and volcanic activity. The subterranean cities were designed not just as temporary shelters but as long-term refuges, capable of housing large populations for extended periods. These structures were far more than basic shelters. They were self-sustaining systems with carefully planned ventilation shafts, water supply networks, and even food storage. The builders of these underground cities clearly understood the importance of survival and foresaw a need for a secure, sustainable living environment in the face of potential global disaster. But the question remains, what kind of disaster could have caused ancient peoples to retreat beneath the earth in such an organized manner? Could it have been a natural disaster on a global scale, such as a massive volcanic eruption that darkened the skies for years, causing famine and widespread societal collapse? Or perhaps a series of earthquakes that disrupted civilizations around the world? Many of these ancient sites are located in areas with a history of seismic activity, which lends weight to the theory that they were designed as safe havens in the event of such catastrophes. Some researchers also speculate that these underground cities could have been built in response to a more global threat, a widespread environmental or cosmic event that would have made survival on the surface untenable. Another possibility is that these underground complexes were constructed in response to warfare or societal collapse. It is well known that ancient cultures often faced periods of conflict and upheaval, and the ability to protect oneself from invasions or attacks would have been a priority. The intricate defensive features found in many underground cities, such as hidden entrances, trapdoors, and secret tunnels, suggest that these sites were not just built for protection from the natural world, but also to guard against human threats. Could it be that these underground complexes were created by civilizations that had experienced repeated invasions and sought to protect themselves by retreating beneath the surface? The fact that some of these underground cities have multiple levels and tightly guarded entrances suggests that they were meant to be more than just emergency shelters. They were designed to be fortified, self-sustaining communities capable of surviving and thriving in isolation. While the idea of these underground cities as refuges from disaster is compelling, it doesn't fully explain the level of sophistication and complexity involved in their construction. The sheer scale of these subterranean megastructures, as well as the advanced engineering techniques evident in their design, suggests that the builders possessed a level of knowledge far beyond what we have traditionally attributed to ancient cultures. For example, the fact that many of these cities have complex ventilation systems that allowed fresh air to circulate deep underground indicates an advanced understanding of airflow and environmental management. The builders also understood how to dig through solid rock without modern machinery, and some researchers believe they may have used sound and vibration to assist in the excavation process. The idea that these ancient peoples possessed knowledge of sound and vibration raises fascinating questions. Could it be that they understood principles of acoustics and resonance that modern science is only beginning to explore? The manipulation of sound waves is a relatively recent discovery in the field of modern physics, yet some researchers propose that ancient civilizations may have had access to this knowledge long before we did. In fact, some underground sites appear to have been designed with acoustics in mind. Could the builders have used sound waves to weaken or fracture rock, making it easier to carve out massive underground chambers and tunnels? If this theory holds, it would suggest that these civilizations had access to a form of technology that has since been lost or suppressed, a technology that allowed them to achieve what would be nearly impossible with the tools and knowledge we associate with ancient societies. Moreover, the discovery of highly advanced construction techniques in these underground sites suggests that the civilizations that built them may have had access to a broader range of tools and technologies than we currently acknowledge. Could it be that the knowledge and skills required to construct these underground cities were passed down from an even older, more advanced civilization, one that predates the known civilizations of the ancient world? Some researchers argue that these underground cities are the remnants of a long-lost global civilization, whose advanced knowledge and technologies were either destroyed or hidden away after a catastrophic event. If this is true, it would imply that ancient civilizations may have experienced periods of rapid advancement, only to be destroyed or forgotten, leaving behind only the faintest traces of their existence. These megastructures, then, may not be isolated examples of ingenuity, but rather the remains of a much older, more sophisticated culture. This raises another question: if these ancient civilizations were capable of such remarkable feats of engineering, why did they disappear? What happened to the people who built these underground cities, and why are there so few records of their existence? Some scholars argue that the builders of these megastructures were part of a culture that existed long before the rise of known civilizations like the Egyptians or the Sumerians. It is possible that these people were wiped out by a cataclysmic event, whether natural or man-made, and that their knowledge and achievements were lost in the aftermath. Alternatively, they may have deliberately hidden themselves away, retreating into the earth to preserve their culture, their knowledge, and their way of life from external threats. The lack of historical records about these civilizations could be a result of their deliberate isolation or the eventual collapse of their societies. The idea that these underground cities were part of a broader, global network of advanced civilizations is also supported by the similarities between sites found on different continents. The layout, architecture, and purpose of these subterranean cities often bear striking resemblances to one another, suggesting that the knowledge and techniques used to build them were shared across great distances. This raises the possibility that these civilizations were part of a larger, interconnected network, one that spanned the globe and shared a common culture and knowledge base. If this is the case, then the underground cities we are uncovering could represent just a small fragment of a much larger, lost civilization, one that existed long before the rise of recorded history. The discovery of these underground megastructures forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. The sheer scale, complexity, and sophistication of these sites suggest that ancient peoples were far more advanced than we have been led to believe. These subterranean cities are not just the remnants of a lost culture, they are evidence of a far-reaching, global civilization that possessed knowledge and technology that we have yet to fully understand. As we continue to uncover these sites and study the artifacts and remnants left behind, we are left with more questions than answers. What happened to the civilizations that built these underground cities? How did they acquire such advanced knowledge, and why did they choose to live underground? And most importantly, what can we learn from their achievements and their mistakes that will help us navigate the challenges of the modern world? The more we uncover, the clearer it becomes that the story of humanity is far more complex, mysterious, and awe-inspiring than we could ever have imagined. As we continue to explore the depths of the mystery surrounding ancient underground megastructures, it becomes clear that these hidden cities are not simply relics of a forgotten past, they are monumental clues to an alternate narrative of human history. These underground systems, stretching across the globe, reveal a level of sophistication and complexity that demands to be understood, not just as archaeological curiosities, but as integral pieces of a larger, much older puzzle. The very existence of these subterranean cities calls into question everything we know about early human civilizations. If these people had the ability to create such intricate, self-sustaining underground networks, then what does that say about the capabilities of ancient societies? Were they truly primitive, as we've been taught to believe, or were they far more advanced than we could ever imagine? The sheer scale and intricacy of these megastructures point to a lost form of knowledge, one that has been suppressed, forgotten, or perhaps intentionally hidden from history. Take, for example, the underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey. It is a remarkable feat of engineering, with its multi-level chambers, tunnels, ventilation shafts, and even facilities for livestock. With a capacity to house thousands of people, it was clearly designed not just as a temporary refuge but as a fully functional, sustainable city. The precision with which these tunnels were dug through solid rock suggests that the builders possessed an understanding of geology and construction far beyond what we associate with ancient peoples. The use of ventilation shafts alone, systems designed to ensure the circulation of fresh air across multiple levels, demonstrates an advanced knowledge of environmental management and architectural engineering. To achieve such feats using primitive tools, without the aid of modern machinery, challenges our very conception of what ancient civilizations were capable of. What makes these underground megastructures even more perplexing is their geographic distribution. These sites are not isolated examples of ingenuity, but appear across continents: Turkey, Egypt, India, Peru, and more. From one location to the next, we see striking similarities in the design and purpose of these sites. Could it be that these underground complexes were part of a global network, a shared understanding of architecture and engineering that spanned across ancient cultures? If these civilizations were indeed interconnected, what knowledge and technology did they exchange? And more importantly, why did they feel the need to go underground in the first place? These questions stir the imagination and lead us to consider a far-reaching global civilization, one that has left only fragmented traces of its existence in the form of these subterranean cities. As we examine the possibility that these underground structures were part of a global network, it is impossible to ignore the possibility that these sites were built by a civilization with a deep understanding of the Earth's natural energies. Many ancient cultures believed that the Earth itself was imbued with mystical or spiritual significance, and some researchers propose that these underground cities were built to harness the natural forces of the planet. These forces might include the Earth's magnetic fields, energy vortexes, or even the very vibrations that move through the Earth's crust. Could the builders of these cities have been aware of these natural phenomena, and did they design their underground complexes to align with these energies? There is some evidence to support this theory. Many ancient sites around the world, from the Great Pyramids of Giza to the temples of Angkor Wat, have been found to align with celestial bodies or natural ley lines. Could the builders of the underground cities have used similar principles when constructing their tunnels and chambers? Could they have been tapping into a hidden form of energy or power that modern science has yet to fully comprehend? If so, then the underground cities may have served not just as refuges or sanctuaries, but as places of spiritual significance, where people sought to connect with forces far beyond their everyday lives. Another intriguing theory is that these underground megastructures were built as a response to a global catastrophe. Ancient cultures across the world have myths and legends about great floods, cosmic upheavals, or the fall of previous civilizations. Could it be that the builders of these underground cities were survivors of such a cataclysmic event, forced to retreat into the earth to preserve their knowledge and their way of life? The fact that many of these underground cities are located in regions that are vulnerable to seismic activity, regions that have experienced major earthquakes and volcanic eruptions throughout history, supports the idea that these structures were designed with survival in mind. But what catastrophe could have been so devastating that entire populations felt the need to retreat underground, perhaps for centuries or even millennia? One possibility is that the builders of these underground cities were responding to a natural disaster, such as a massive volcanic eruption or an earthquake, that wiped out surface life in large regions of the world. The ancient city of Petra in Jordan, with its rock-carved architecture, and the lost city of Machu Picchu in Peru, both suggest a deep connection between ancient societies and the earth itself. These societies may have been well aware of the dangers posed by seismic or volcanic activity, and they may have built their cities underground as a form of protection against such forces. This theory aligns with the idea that ancient peoples were more attuned to their environment than we have traditionally believed. They understood the cyclical nature of natural disasters and built their cities with this knowledge in mind. If these ancient peoples had knowledge of such catastrophic events, it raises the question of whether they had some sort of global communication network that allowed them to prepare in advance. The alignment of certain sites, such as the underground cities, with celestial events, suggests that these ancient civilizations may have had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and the cycles of the earth and sky. Could these sites have been built as part of a global strategy for survival, with communities across the world working together to preserve knowledge and ensure the continuity of civilization in the face of unpredictable cosmic or geological events? But the story of these underground megastructures is not just about survival. It is also about the preservation of knowledge. Many researchers believe that these sites were not simply designed as places of refuge, but also as repositories for sacred knowledge, texts, scrolls, artifacts, and other forms of intellectual and spiritual wealth. These underground cities may have been created to protect and safeguard important cultural knowledge that could have been lost in the event of a global disaster. The intricate designs of these cities, with their hidden chambers and secret passageways, suggest that the builders were not only concerned with physical survival but with the survival of their cultural heritage. The carvings and symbols found in these sites may hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of their creators, revealing the spiritual and intellectual foundation of the civilizations that built them. The fact that these underground cities were built to withstand natural disasters and potential invasions implies a level of foresight and planning that goes beyond mere survival instincts. The builders of these megastructures were not just creating shelters, they were creating a lasting legacy. They understood the importance of preserving their knowledge for future generations, even if that meant retreating underground to protect their most precious secrets. Perhaps they believed that humanity would one day rediscover these ancient truths, just as we are doing now. The deeper we go into these underground cities, the more we realize that we are not just uncovering the past, we are unlocking the secrets of an ancient, sophisticated civilization that has been hidden for thousands of years. These megastructures are not just physical monuments, they are a testament to the ingenuity, resilience, and wisdom of ancient peoples who understood the world in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. They remind us that human history is far more complex and mysterious than we have been led to believe, and that there is still much for us to discover about our ancient ancestors. In the end, the underground cities offer more than just an architectural puzzle, they offer a glimpse into a lost world, one that was connected to the earth in ways we have yet to fully understand. Whether they were built as refuges, repositories of knowledge, or places of spiritual significance, these megastructures stand as monuments to the capabilities of ancient civilizations. As we continue to explore these subterranean marvels, we are not just uncovering the physical remains of a bygone era, we are reconnecting with a lost chapter of human history, one that holds the key to understanding our past, present, and future. As the investigation into ancient underground megastructures progresses, one begins to see that these sites do not merely serve as a testament to ancient engineering but also offer us a glimpse into the lost wisdom and practices of a once flourishing civilization. These subterranean cities, carved into the rock and hidden deep beneath the Earth's surface, present more than just a complex puzzle for archaeologists. They challenge our understanding of human history, urging us to reconsider what we know about the evolution of our species and the civilizations that came before us. The advanced architectural feats displayed in these hidden cities suggest a society with knowledge that stretches far beyond what we would expect from ancient cultures. The implications are profound, extending far beyond the boundaries of archaeology and into the realms of history, anthropology, and even spirituality. The concept of underground cities has long been regarded with fascination, but the scale and complexity of the ones we are uncovering today suggest that these ancient civilizations possessed a knowledge that could rival our own. These subterranean megastructures, scattered across various regions of the world, reveal engineering solutions that were so ahead of their time that they remain awe-inspiring even in the context of modern technology. The fact that many of these underground complexes were designed to support entire populations for extended periods implies that the people who built them had not only advanced knowledge of engineering but also an understanding of sustainability and resource management that was far more sophisticated than we would expect from societies thought to be in their infancy. What makes these underground cities so compelling is the fact that they were not simply a response to environmental or survival challenges. They were far more than mere refuges built to withstand earthquakes or natural disasters. They represent an advanced understanding of the Earth itself, of its geology, its energy, and its hidden powers. Many of these megastructures are located in areas where seismic activity is common, and their design often takes into account the need for protection against earthquakes and other natural calamities. But this is just the beginning. The scale and planning involved in the construction of these cities suggest that they were built by people with a deeper understanding of the Earth's forces, people who may have known how to harness the natural energies of the planet itself. The design of these underground cities reflects this understanding. Take, for example, the intricacies of the ventilation systems found in many of these complexes. The fact that these cities were built deep underground, in solid rock, yet still managed to remain habitable for long periods, demonstrates that their creators had a profound understanding of airflow and the movement of gases. These ventilation shafts, which were carefully planned and spaced throughout the cities, were designed to ensure that fresh air could circulate through every chamber, even those located at the deepest levels. This suggests that the builders of these cities had a deep knowledge of the properties of air and gases, and they understood how to manipulate these forces to create a sustainable, livable environment. But it isn't just the practical elements of these underground cities that speak to their builders' advanced understanding of the Earth. The layout and design of these sites indicate a spiritual connection to the land itself. Many of these underground cities are thought to have been built in areas that are rich in natural resources, such as water, minerals, and even certain types of stone. Could the location of these cities have been chosen because their builders believed these resources held some kind of mystical or spiritual significance? Some researchers speculate that the builders of these megastructures may have been attempting to align themselves with natural energies, using the Earth's magnetic fields or other forces to enhance their spiritual practices or even to power their technologies. If this is true, then these underground cities were not merely practical solutions to survival. They were spiritual centers, designed to connect their inhabitants with the Earth in a way that modern civilizations can barely comprehend. This notion of spiritual alignment with the Earth's energies is supported by the discoveries made at certain sites, where strange symbols, carvings, and altars have been found. These markings, which appear in some of the deepest chambers of the underground cities, suggest that the builders of these cities saw their subterranean world as a sacred space. Some researchers have even suggested that the designs of these underground cities were intended to mirror celestial alignments, with the chambers and tunnels aligning with certain stars or constellations. This would imply that the people who constructed these cities were not only advanced engineers but also sophisticated astronomers, who understood the movements of the heavens and their influence on the earth below. The spiritual aspect of these underground cities raises further questions about the society that built them. Was this an isolated religious order, or was the belief in spiritual connection to the earth a central tenet of a much larger civilization? Could it be that these people were the custodians of ancient knowledge about the earth, the stars, and the forces of nature that had been passed down through generations? The evidence points toward a society that valued knowledge above all else, a society that sought to protect its most precious secrets by hiding them deep underground. This would explain why many of these sites appear to have been designed not just as places of refuge but also as repositories of wisdom, safeguarding knowledge that could have been lost in the event of a catastrophe or societal collapse. The idea that these underground cities were designed to preserve and protect knowledge also challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations. We tend to think of ancient societies as primitive, gradually evolving from simple hunter-gatherers to more complex urban centers. But the existence of these underground megastructures suggests that there may have been a far more advanced civilization before the rise of the known ancient cultures like the Egyptians, Sumerians, or Mayans. If these underground cities were created as refuges from a cataclysmic event, then the civilization that built them might have been the last survivors of a much older, more advanced society. This society could have possessed knowledge, whether in the form of scientific principles, architectural designs, or spiritual practices, that was far more advanced than anything we know from the ancient world. One of the most perplexing aspects of these underground cities is that, despite their complexity and size, they appear to have been constructed without the sophisticated tools and machinery that we associate with large-scale construction projects. The fact that these sites were dug into solid rock, sometimes extending for miles underground, raises the question of how these ancient builders were able to achieve such feats of engineering. While it's possible that they had access to advanced technology that has since been lost, it's also possible that they used methods that modern science has yet to fully understand. Some researchers suggest that the builders may have employed sound waves, vibrations, or even resonance to carve through the rock, a technique that, if proven, would rewrite the history of ancient technology. But what if these underground cities weren't just about survival or the preservation of knowledge? What if they were also designed to be a gateway to something else, something beyond our current understanding of the material world? The idea that these underground cities were places of spiritual power is supported by the discovery of certain artifacts and symbols that suggest a connection to the metaphysical. Could it be that the people who built these sites were not only seeking refuge from disaster but also attempting to access deeper layers of reality, to commune with forces beyond the physical realm? If these underground cities were designed to be aligned with cosmic energies or to tap into hidden forces within the earth, then their construction might have been as much about spiritual awakening as it was about survival. As we look at these underground megastructures, we are left with more questions than answers. The deeper we explore, the more we realize that these sites hold secrets that could forever alter our understanding of human history. What knowledge did the builders of these cities possess? How did they achieve such remarkable feats of engineering? And why did they choose to build their cities deep underground, far from the reach of the surface world? These are questions that may never be fully answered, but as we continue to uncover the remnants of these ancient societies, we are forced to confront the possibility that we are not just rediscovering the past, we are uncovering a forgotten chapter of human history that has been hidden beneath the earth for millennia. The story of these underground megastructures is not just the story of lost civilizations, it is the story of human potential, of a time when humanity understood the earth and its forces in ways we are only beginning to understand today. It is a reminder that the past is far more complex, mysterious, and awe-inspiring than we could have ever imagined. As we continue to uncover these ancient sites, we are not only learning about the civilizations that built them, we are discovering new possibilities for our own future. The knowledge they left behind may hold the key to unlocking a deeper connection with the earth, to understanding the hidden forces that shape our world, and perhaps even to unlocking the secrets of the universe itself. As the investigation into ancient underground megastructures continues, it becomes increasingly clear that these hidden cities, sprawling across various continents, are not just remnants of a bygone era but hold keys to understanding a far deeper and more enigmatic narrative of human history. The underground megastructures, often hidden in plain sight or beneath the surface of mountains, deserts, and forests, appear to reveal much more than advanced architectural feats. They seem to embody an entirely different worldview, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about the ancient civilizations that built them. These structures suggest that the builders of these megastructures were not simply survivors of past catastrophes, but also forward-thinking visionaries, designing societies that were interconnected with the natural world in profound and often mysterious ways. From the subterranean cities found in Turkey, such as the famous Derinkuyu, to the lesser-known but equally complex underground sites in Egypt, Peru, and India, there is a pattern that seems to emerge. These sites appear to have been constructed by people with a deep understanding of geology, architecture, acoustics, and environmental systems. The precision with which these tunnels and chambers were carved out of solid rock is staggering, suggesting that the builders possessed advanced tools and techniques. Yet, curiously, these sites often predate recorded history, forcing us to reconsider our traditional timeline of human development. If these underground cities were built by ancient civilizations, then what does that say about the knowledge and technology of the time? And what has happened to the vast store of wisdom they once held? The most striking feature of many of these megastructures is the complexity of their design. These cities were not simply tunnels dug for temporary shelter. They were meticulously planned, multi-layered complexes that included living spaces, storage rooms, places of worship, communal areas, and defensive structures, all interconnected by a vast network of passageways. The sheer scale of these underground cities suggests that they were intended to support large populations for extended periods. In some cases, these cities were equipped with elaborate ventilation systems that allowed fresh air to circulate deep into the earth, ensuring that their inhabitants could live comfortably underground for generations. Additionally, many of these sites contain water systems and food storage chambers that could sustain entire communities, further indicating that the builders of these cities were thinking not just about survival, but about long-term sustainability and resilience. But what is most intriguing about these sites is the possibility that they were designed with a purpose far beyond mere survival. The idea that these underground cities were meant to protect people from natural disasters, invasions, or global catastrophes is one possibility, but it doesn't fully explain the level of sophistication and care with which they were built. These structures were not hastily constructed shelters but carefully planned urban complexes, suggesting that the builders had an advanced understanding of urban planning and environmental design. Could it be that these underground cities were built as places of refuge, but also as spiritual sanctuaries, designed to shield their inhabitants not just from the physical dangers of the world above, but from forces beyond the material realm? This idea is supported by the discoveries of various symbols, carvings, and altars found within these underground sites. In some cases, these symbols appear to have been intentionally placed in specific areas of the cities, possibly aligned with celestial events or natural forces. This suggests that the builders of these cities may have had a deep spiritual or metaphysical connection to the earth itself. Some researchers propose that these underground cities were not just places of shelter but also centers for ritual, where the inhabitants sought to tap into the earth's hidden energies. The notion that the builders of these underground cities were trying to align themselves with cosmic or earthly forces raises the possibility that these cities were built for reasons beyond mere survival, perhaps to protect sacred knowledge, or even to safeguard humanity from an impending cosmic or global catastrophe. The spiritual connection to the earth is not just a matter of symbolism, it may have had a practical application as well. Many ancient cultures believed that the earth's energy could be harnessed and utilized for various purposes. Could the builders of these underground cities have been aware of such energies? The strategic placement of these cities, often near sources of natural water, minerals, or geological formations, suggests that the builders may have been tapping into the Earth's natural forces. The idea that these underground cities were built not just for practical reasons but to harness energy from the earth itself is a fascinating concept that challenges our understanding of ancient science and spirituality. It suggests that the ancient civilizations who built these cities may have had access to knowledge that has been lost to time. Furthermore, the alignment of many of these underground cities with celestial bodies and events suggests that the people who constructed them were not just concerned with the Earth's energies but also with the cosmos. The design of these cities, with their careful placement of tunnels, chambers, and even symbolic markings, may have been intended to create a harmonious relationship between the Earth and the stars. Some researchers believe that these underground cities were not just physical spaces but were built as metaphysical portals, places where the Earth's energy could be harnessed in conjunction with celestial forces to achieve some higher purpose. This idea opens up new avenues for exploration, as it suggests that these underground sites were more than just refuges or shelters. They may have been designed to connect the inhabitants with a larger cosmic order. The connection between these underground cities and the natural world extends beyond the idea of energy harnessing. In some cases, the design of the cities appears to have been influenced by the local geography and natural features of the land. The underground city of Petra in Jordan, for example, is carved into the rock of a desert canyon, with the natural contours of the land shaping the layout of the city. The builders of Petra took advantage of the natural rock formations to create an intricate network of passageways and chambers, which were connected to one another by a series of cleverly concealed entrances. This suggests that the builders were not only skilled in engineering but were also highly attuned to the natural environment. They understood the importance of working with the land rather than against it, and they used the natural features of the landscape to enhance the functionality and defense of their cities. This interplay between the built environment and the natural world raises the possibility that the builders of these underground cities viewed themselves as stewards of the earth, rather than conquerors. They may have seen themselves as part of a larger, interconnected web of life, with their cities serving as a way to live in harmony with the Earth's energies. This view is supported by the evidence of spiritual practices found in many of these underground cities, such as altars, shrines, and carvings of deities or natural forces. These symbols suggest that the builders of these cities were not only concerned with survival but were also deeply connected to the Earth in a spiritual sense, seeking to align their lives with the natural and cosmic order. However, the purpose of these underground cities may not just have been spiritual or metaphysical. The fact that many of these sites were equipped with advanced infrastructure, such as water systems, food storage, and defensive features, suggests that they were designed for long-term habitation. This raises the question of why entire civilizations would retreat underground. Was it simply a matter of survival during times of disaster or invasion, or was there a deeper reason for the construction of these subterranean cities? Some researchers propose that the underground cities were built to protect not just people, but knowledge, sacred or scientific knowledge that could be lost in the event of a global catastrophe. This idea is supported by the elaborate nature of the construction, which suggests that these cities were meant to endure for centuries, if not millennia. Another possibility is that these underground cities were built to preserve a unique way of life, one that was more in tune with nature and the cosmos than the societies that existed on the surface. The underground cities may have represented an idealized vision of how humanity could live in harmony with the earth, away from the corruption and dangers of the world above. The fact that many of these cities were self-sustaining, with their own food and water systems, suggests that they were designed to operate independently of the outside world. Could it be that these underground cities were built as a model for a different kind of civilization, one that prioritized sustainability, spirituality, and balance with nature? The more we learn about these ancient underground megastructures, the more we are confronted with the possibility that we are only scratching the surface of a much deeper mystery. These cities were not simply shelters or defensive strongholds, they were complex, multidimensional spaces that served both practical and spiritual purposes. They were built by people who had an advanced understanding of the earth, the stars, and the forces of nature, and they may have been designed to preserve knowledge and culture for future generations. The question remains, why did these civilizations retreat underground? Was it due to a cataclysmic event, a spiritual calling, or something more profound? As we continue to uncover these hidden cities, we are forced to reconsider everything we thought we knew about human history, and the secrets they hold may ultimately redefine our understanding of the ancient world. As we continue to unravel the mysteries surrounding ancient underground megastructures, one of the most pressing questions that arises is why such advanced civilizations chose to construct their cities deep within the earth. While many theories abound, there is no clear consensus as to why entire societies would go through the immense effort of building vast underground networks, sometimes spanning miles beneath the surface. These sites, found in regions ranging from Turkey to Egypt, Peru, and India, suggest a much deeper, more complex relationship between humanity and the earth than we've ever fully appreciated. What were the motivations behind such monumental undertakings? Were they driven by a practical need for shelter, a spiritual connection to the earth, or something more profound, perhaps a combination of factors? The deeper we dig into these sites, the more fascinating the possible explanations become. One of the primary explanations often suggested by archaeologists and historians is that these underground cities were constructed as refuges from natural disasters. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and floods have always been a part of life on Earth, and many ancient civilizations were shaped by the need to adapt to these events. Some researchers propose that the builders of these megastructures were responding to a cataclysmic event, perhaps a massive global disaster, that forced them to seek shelter underground. The evidence for this theory can be found in the strategic locations of these underground cities. Many are situated in areas that are known to be prone to natural disasters, such as volcanic activity or seismic instability. For example, the subterranean cities found in Turkey, including the famous Derinkuyu and Kemakli, are located in regions that have experienced significant volcanic eruptions and earthquakes throughout history. The sophistication of these underground cities, complete with ventilation shafts, wells, and storage rooms, suggests that their builders were preparing for extended periods of isolation, possibly in response to natural calamities that threatened the surface world. This theory is also supported by the fact that many of these underground sites show signs of being built with defense in mind. In some cases, the entrances to these underground cities were deliberately hidden, making it difficult for invaders to find their way in. In the case of Derinkuyu, for instance, the city's entrance could be sealed off with massive stone doors, effectively trapping anyone who attempted to breach the city's defenses. The presence of multiple levels and secret passageways also indicates that these cities were designed to be self-sustaining, allowing entire populations to live underground for extended periods. If these cities were built in response to a disaster, it would suggest that the ancient people who constructed them were not only thinking about survival but also about how to preserve their way of life during a time of crisis. However, while the theory of survival in the face of natural disasters is compelling, it doesn't fully explain the level of complexity and sophistication found in these underground cities. The sheer scale of the construction, the intricate networks of tunnels and chambers, and the advanced engineering techniques required to build these subterranean complexes suggest that the motivations for creating these megastructures went beyond mere survival. If the underground cities were simply refuges, why did they contain elaborate systems of water, air, and waste management? Why did some of them feature communal areas, places of worship, and even specialized rooms for storing food and other resources? These details indicate that the builders were not merely seeking shelter but were creating fully functional, sustainable cities that could support their populations for long periods. This points to a deeper, more deliberate purpose behind their construction, one that perhaps goes beyond the practicalities of surviving a cataclysm. One possibility is that these underground cities were built not just as a response to natural disasters but also as places of spiritual or religious significance. The idea that ancient peoples may have had a spiritual connection to the earth is not new. Throughout history, many cultures have believed that the earth is imbued with powerful energies and that certain locations on the planet hold special spiritual significance. Some researchers propose that the builders of these underground cities may have been attempting to align themselves with the earth's natural forces, creating places where they could connect with the divine or tap into hidden energies that they believed resided deep within the earth. This theory is supported by the discovery of various symbols and altars within the underground cities. In some cases, these symbols seem to align with celestial events, such as the positions of the stars or the movements of the sun and moon. If the builders of these cities were attempting to create a sacred space that was in harmony with the earth's energies, then the underground cities may have been intended not just as physical refuges, but as spiritual sanctuaries as well. Another theory suggests that these underground cities were built as part of a much broader, long-term vision for human survival. While the idea of protecting a society from immediate danger is compelling, what if these megastructures were part of a larger plan to create a self-sustaining civilization that could survive and thrive over the long term, regardless of what happened on the surface? Some researchers believe that these underground cities were designed to be permanent refuges, places where people could live for generations, insulated from the dangers and uncertainties of the world above. This idea is supported by the complexity of the city's construction. The presence of ventilation systems, water management systems, and food storage areas suggests that the builders were thinking about long-term sustainability. In some cases, these cities even included agricultural areas, where crops could be grown underground. This raises the possibility that these ancient civilizations were not just concerned with surviving a disaster but were attempting to create a fully functional, self-sufficient society that could thrive independently of the outside world. This theory also challenges our traditional understanding of ancient societies. We tend to think of ancient civilizations as being focused on surface-level development, building cities, trading with other cultures, and expanding their territories. The idea that ancient civilizations may have been planning for long-term survival in a more isolated, underground existence forces us to reconsider what we know about their goals, motivations, and understanding of the world. It suggests that these civilizations may have had a level of foresight and planning that we don't often attribute to ancient peoples. The creation of these underground cities could have been part of a broader strategy to protect humanity from not just natural disasters, but also from other threats, be they environmental, political, or even cosmic in nature. The most striking feature of these underground cities is their ability to remain hidden from the world above. The fact that these cities were built beneath the surface suggests that the people who constructed them were aware of the dangers posed by exposure to the outside world. This raises the question, what were they trying to hide from? Were they protecting themselves from other civilizations, or were they hiding something more profound? The secrecy surrounding these underground cities adds another layer of mystery to their construction. It's possible that these cities were not just built to protect people, but to preserve knowledge that could have been lost or destroyed in the event of a global catastrophe. Some researchers believe that the underground cities may have served as repositories for sacred knowledge, scientific discoveries, or other forms of intellectual and spiritual wealth that were considered too valuable to be exposed to the dangers of the outside world. This theory opens up new avenues for exploration. If the builders of these underground cities were indeed attempting to protect knowledge, what kind of knowledge were they trying to safeguard? Was it a form of scientific understanding that has been lost to time, or perhaps a spiritual knowledge that was too dangerous to be widely disseminated? The symbols and carvings found within these underground cities suggest that the builders may have been trying to preserve esoteric wisdom, knowledge that was considered sacred or forbidden. The intricate carvings and hidden chambers in some of these cities suggest that they were not just places of refuge, but also places of learning, where ancient knowledge was passed down and preserved for future generations. The idea that these underground cities were created to protect knowledge adds another layer of complexity to our understanding of ancient civilizations. It suggests that these people were not simply concerned with survival or spiritual connection but were actively working to safeguard their intellectual and cultural heritage. This, in turn, raises the question of why this knowledge was considered so important. Was it knowledge about the Earth's natural forces, or perhaps about the cosmos? Was it a form of scientific understanding that could have reshaped human history, had it been allowed to survive? The fact that these underground cities were built to last for generations, and were designed with such advanced engineering, suggests that the people who constructed them understood the value of preserving their culture and knowledge for the future. In the end, the existence of these underground megastructures forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about ancient history. The sophistication, complexity, and intentionality behind their construction suggest that the builders of these cities were far more advanced than we have been led to believe. These cities were not simply shelters or defensive strongholds, they were monuments to human ingenuity, foresight, and wisdom. Whether they were built to survive natural disasters, to protect sacred knowledge, or to create a self-sustaining, underground civilization, these structures stand as a testament to the potential of ancient peoples to build societies that were in tune with the earth and its hidden forces. The more we uncover about these underground cities, the more we realize that the story of human civilization is far more complex, mysterious, and awe-inspiring than we ever could have imagined. The exploration of ancient underground megastructures offers us an unparalleled glimpse into a hidden chapter of human history. These sites, often tucked beneath mountains, deep in deserts, or even buried under the foundations of modern cities, present a mystery that challenges everything we thought we knew about our ancestors. As we delve deeper into the incredible complexity of these structures, it becomes increasingly evident that the civilizations responsible for these feats were not just concerned with survival, but also with knowledge, sustainability, and spiritual connections to the earth itself. These underground cities were not haphazard shelters dug out of necessity, but carefully constructed hubs of life that reflected a deep understanding of the natural world and the cosmos. One of the most striking features of these underground megastructures is the precision with which they were built. Unlike other ancient structures that rely on large, visible edifices or monumental stonework, these subterranean cities exist in relative obscurity, hidden from view, and constructed with a level of sophistication that remains perplexing. From the tunnels and chambers carved deep into solid rock to the systems of ventilation, water distribution, and waste management, the engineering behind these underground cities is far more advanced than what would have been expected of civilizations living in the ancient world. These cities weren't just homes, they were complete, self-sustaining environments, engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. Take, for example, the underground city of Derinkuyu in Turkey, which is one of the largest and most complex known examples of such structures. With a history that stretches back thousands of years, Derinkuyu is an intricate labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, with multiple levels extending as deep as 60 meters underground. What makes this site so extraordinary is not only its scale, but also its functionality. The city is designed with ventilation shafts that draw fresh air deep into the underground levels, allowing for long-term habitation. The presence of wells, food storage areas, and livestock pens indicates that the people who built Derinkuyu were not just seeking refuge from a temporary threat, but were preparing for long-term survival in a contained environment. The design of Derinkuyu and other similar underground cities suggests a profound understanding of engineering principles, as well as a knowledge of the natural forces that govern the earth. The ventilation systems alone reveal a deep awareness of airflow and pressure, principles that were not fully understood by modern scientists until relatively recently. The ability to carve through solid rock and construct elaborate underground complexes without the use of modern machinery is a feat that remains almost inconceivable, especially when one considers the tools that would have been available at the time. This leads us to a crucial question: if ancient civilizations were capable of such impressive feats of engineering, what else might they have known? What knowledge did they possess that we are only beginning to rediscover today? While the engineering marvels of these underground cities are undeniable, the motivations behind their construction remain shrouded in mystery. Many researchers propose that these underground cities were built in response to specific threats, natural disasters, invasions, or even the collapse of larger civilizations. The idea that these sites were intended to provide refuge from a cataclysmic event is supported by the fact that many of these cities are located in geologically unstable areas, prone to earthquakes or volcanic activity. This theory is particularly compelling when considering that many of these underground cities were built in regions where the surface world was frequently subject to upheaval. However, this explanation doesn't fully account for the extraordinary complexity and longevity of these structures. If these cities were simply designed as temporary shelters, why would they be built to such a high level of sophistication? The fact that these cities were designed to be self-sustaining, with their own water, food storage, and waste management systems, suggests that the builders were thinking about long-term survival, not just short-term refuge. In some cases, these underground cities even included communal spaces, places of worship, and areas for intellectual pursuits, which suggests that they were intended to support thriving, sustainable societies, not merely offer shelter during times of crisis. Furthermore, the strategic location of these underground cities raises questions about the broader context in which they were built. Many of these sites are located near sources of water, minerals, and other natural resources, which indicates that the builders of these cities were not just focused on survival, but on creating self-sustaining ecosystems capable of supporting entire populations. The presence of food storage rooms, agricultural areas, and even animal pens suggests that these cities were designed to be completely autonomous, with little or no need to rely on the surface world for sustenance. This points to a society that had not only mastered the art of engineering but had also developed a comprehensive understanding of resource management, environmental sustainability, and long-term planning. At the same time, the religious and spiritual significance of these underground cities cannot be ignored. In many cultures, the earth was considered sacred, imbued with mysterious and powerful forces. In ancient Egypt, for instance, the underground chambers of the pyramids were believed to be places of spiritual transformation, where the deceased could journey into the afterlife. Similarly, the underground cities of the Americas, such as the ancient underground networks found beneath Machu Picchu in Peru, are thought to have had religious significance, possibly serving as temples or sacred sites. In some cases, the underground tunnels and chambers are aligned with celestial events, such as solstices or equinoxes, further emphasizing the potential spiritual purpose of these sites. The notion that these underground cities were designed to align with celestial forces is not a new one. Across many ancient cultures, there is evidence of a deep connection between the earth and the heavens. The alignment of sacred sites with the stars, planets, and constellations was a common practice, suggesting that ancient peoples believed that the earth was a reflection of the cosmos, and that certain locations on Earth were imbued with special energies that could be harnessed for spiritual or practical purposes. It is possible that the builders of these underground cities were not just concerned with the practicalities of survival, but were also trying to create spaces where the spiritual and material worlds could coexist harmoniously. In this sense, these cities could have been viewed as gateways to other realms, connecting the inhabitants with the forces of nature, the cosmos, and perhaps even the divine. As we delve deeper into the possible motivations behind the construction of these underground cities, it is important to consider the broader implications of such monumental undertakings. The sheer scale of these structures, combined with their complexity and the level of foresight required to design them, suggests that the civilizations responsible for their creation were not just interested in surviving the present moment, they were thinking about the future. These underground cities may have been built not just as a response to immediate threats, but as part of a larger, long-term vision for human civilization. This vision might have included the preservation of knowledge, culture, and spiritual practices, ensuring that future generations would have a connection to the wisdom of their ancestors. The idea that these underground cities were created with an eye toward the future is supported by the remarkable durability of the structures themselves. Despite the passage of thousands of years, many of these underground cities remain remarkably well preserved, suggesting that they were built to last. This durability, coupled with the sophisticated engineering of these sites, raises the possibility that these civilizations understood the importance of leaving a lasting legacy. Whether these underground cities were intended to be repositories of knowledge, spiritual sanctuaries, or centers of cultural preservation, they stand as testament to the vision, ingenuity, and determination of the people who created them. The ongoing excavation and study of these ancient underground cities offers us a rare opportunity to reconsider our understanding of ancient civilizations. Rather than seeing them as primitive or rudimentary societies, we are forced to acknowledge the remarkable achievements of these peoples and the incredible knowledge they possessed. As we continue to uncover the secrets of these subterranean cities, we are not just discovering the lost past of our ancestors, we are uncovering the hidden potential of humanity itself. The ancient builders of these underground cities were not merely trying to survive, they were crafting a future, one that was deeply connected to the natural world and the cosmic forces that governed it. These underground megastructures remind us that human history is far more complex, mysterious, and awe-inspiring than we have ever imagined. And as we peel back the layers of history, we may find that the answers to some of our most profound questions lie buried deep beneath our feet. As the investigation into ancient underground megastructures deepens, one cannot help but be struck by the profound implications these discoveries have for our understanding of human history. These sprawling subterranean cities, often hidden beneath vast mountain ranges or buried deep in the desert sands, reveal not only a remarkable level of architectural sophistication but also an astonishing depth of knowledge in multiple fields. The sheer scale of these underground networks, the precision with which they were constructed, and the advanced systems they incorporated suggest that the civilizations responsible for their creation possessed knowledge far beyond what we typically attribute to ancient cultures. What becomes clear is that these cities were not mere survivalist bunkers, there was a deliberate effort behind their design, reflecting a level of foresight and understanding that challenges our conventional views of ancient societies. The more we uncover about these megastructures, the more it becomes apparent that their creators were not only concerned with sheltering people from disaster but also with ensuring the long-term sustainability and prosperity of their societies. Some of these underground cities, like Derinkuyu in Turkey, are so vast and intricate that they appear to have been self-sufficient urban centers, capable of supporting thousands of inhabitants for extended periods. The advanced engineering behind these cities is nothing short of astonishing. The ventilation systems, for example, are designed to bring fresh air deep into the underground chambers, ensuring that inhabitants could survive and thrive for generations without needing to resurface. This is not a simple matter of digging holes in the ground for shelter, it is a complex engineering project, requiring a deep understanding of airflow, pressure, and natural ventilation. Moreover, many of these underground cities were equipped with extensive water and food storage systems, providing the necessary resources to sustain large populations. This points to the fact that the builders of these megastructures were not merely trying to survive a short-term crisis. They were thinking about long-term resilience. This foresight suggests that these ancient civilizations were not only anticipating natural disasters but also planning for the sustainability of their entire society, even in the face of environmental upheaval or societal collapse. The underground cities, therefore, may have served as a safeguard not just from immediate threats, but also from the long-term challenges that could arise as a result of global catastrophes or environmental degradation. Yet, the question remains, why would entire civilizations feel the need to retreat beneath the earth in the first place? While natural disasters and threats from invaders are common explanations for the existence of underground cities, these answers don't fully account for the vast complexity of the structures themselves. If these cities were merely designed as refuges, why would they be built with such advanced infrastructure? The elaborate systems for water distribution, food storage, and waste management suggest that the people who built these cities were not merely looking for a place to hide, they were constructing fully functional, self-sustaining societies. This raises the possibility that these underground cities served purposes beyond mere survival. One intriguing possibility is that these underground cities were built to preserve knowledge, particularly knowledge that was considered too valuable or dangerous to be exposed to the surface world. This theory is supported by the presence of sacred symbols, carvings, and altars found within many of these underground sites. These markings suggest that the builders of these cities may have been attempting to protect sacred knowledge, knowledge related to religion, science, or even technology, that they feared would be lost or destroyed in the event of a disaster. The fact that many of these underground cities appear to have been designed with deliberate secrecy in mind, hidden entrances, concealed passageways, and cleverly designed defensive features, suggests that they were not just places of refuge but also places of preservation. If the underground cities were intended to protect knowledge, what kind of knowledge were the builders trying to safeguard? Some researchers speculate that the builders may have had access to scientific or technological knowledge that has since been lost to history. This could include an understanding of natural forces, such as magnetism, gravity, or energy, which they may have been able to harness or manipulate. It's also possible that the builders were protecting esoteric or spiritual knowledge, wisdom related to the metaphysical forces of the universe or the deeper mysteries of existence. The symbols and carvings found in these underground cities seem to suggest a connection to celestial events, such as the movements of the stars or the alignment of the sun and moon. This raises the possibility that the builders of these cities may have been trying to align their societies with cosmic forces, seeking to tap into hidden energies that they believed could offer them a greater understanding of the universe. This idea of aligning the underground cities with cosmic forces is further supported by the architecture of some of these sites. In certain cases, the tunnels and chambers appear to have been designed with specific astronomical alignments in mind. This suggests that the builders may have had a deep knowledge of the heavens and sought to integrate their architectural designs with celestial events, possibly as a way to tap into the Earth's natural energies. The idea that ancient civilizations could have built cities that were not only aligned with the natural forces of the Earth but also with the cosmic energies of the universe challenges our understanding of ancient knowledge. It suggests that these civilizations were not simply concerned with material survival but were also deeply connected to the spiritual and metaphysical dimensions of existence. The presence of these sacred symbols and celestial alignments in the underground cities also suggests that the builders may have been attempting to communicate with higher beings or to access spiritual realms. The idea that these ancient civilizations were not only concerned with the physical world but also with the metaphysical is a fascinating one. It raises the possibility that the underground cities were designed as spiritual centers, places where the inhabitants could connect with the divine, seek guidance, or access hidden knowledge. The sheer complexity and scale of these underground cities, combined with their alignment with cosmic forces, suggest that these civilizations may have been attempting to bridge the gap between the material and spiritual worlds. While the spiritual and metaphysical explanations are compelling, it is also possible that the underground cities were designed with more practical concerns in mind. For example, the strategic location of many of these sites suggests that they were built to protect the inhabitants from invaders or other external threats. Some researchers believe that these underground cities were constructed as defensive strongholds, providing refuge for entire populations during times of war or societal collapse. The hidden entrances, narrow passageways, and clever defensive designs would have made it difficult for enemies to find and infiltrate these cities. This theory is particularly compelling when one considers that many of these underground cities are located in regions that were historically subject to invasions, such as the Middle East and Central Asia. In addition to offering protection from external threats, these underground cities may have also served as a refuge from environmental or social upheaval. The fact that these cities were self-sustaining, with their own water and food systems, suggests that they were designed to function independently of the surface world. This raises the possibility that the builders of these cities were anticipating a collapse of surface societies, whether due to climate change, resource depletion, or internal conflict. By building these underground cities, they may have been preparing for a time when the surface world would no longer be habitable or stable. This could explain why so much effort was put into creating fully functional, long-lasting underground environments, places that could support life for generations, if not centuries. Whatever the true purpose behind the construction of these underground cities may have been, it is clear that they represent a remarkable achievement in human engineering, architecture, and foresight. These structures are not merely remnants of a lost civilization. They are evidence of a people who understood the importance of long-term planning, resource management, and sustainability. They reflect a civilization that had not only mastered the physical world but also understood the metaphysical forces that govern it. The more we learn about these underground cities, the more we are forced to reconsider our understanding of ancient cultures. These cities, hidden beneath the surface of the earth, challenge our assumptions about what ancient civilizations were capable of and what they knew. As we continue to uncover their secrets, we may find that the true legacy of these ancient builders is far greater than we could have ever imagined. Their knowledge, wisdom, and achievements may hold the key to understanding not only our own history but also our future. The mysteries surrounding the ancient underground megastructures become even more compelling when we consider the evidence suggesting that these cities were not just created as places of refuge or defense, but also as part of a much larger and more complex narrative about the human relationship with the Earth, the cosmos, and perhaps even lost knowledge that has long been obscured by time. What we see in these subterranean cities is not just a desperate attempt to survive environmental disasters or human conflicts, but a profound understanding of the world around them, one that connects the physical and spiritual realms in ways that modern society often struggles to comprehend. The very act of building entire cities underground, carving out vast labyrinths of tunnels and chambers deep beneath the Earth's surface, speaks to a culture that saw itself as more than just inhabitants of the world. It speaks to a people who saw themselves as stewards of the Earth, deeply attuned to its rhythms, energies, and hidden forces. At first glance, it may seem difficult to imagine why entire civilizations would have chosen to retreat beneath the Earth, abandoning the surface world for the unknown. After all, the idea of subterranean life seems to run counter to our modern understanding of what makes a society thrive: sunlight, fertile land, trade routes, and visible access to the outside world. However, as we begin to explore the underlying principles behind the construction of these underground cities, we realize that they may have been intentionally designed to create a completely self-sustaining ecosystem, one that was perfectly adapted to the natural environment. The question, then, becomes not why these cities were built underground, but why the builders thought it necessary to create such an environment in the first place. One possible explanation for the construction of these megastructures is that they were built to protect their inhabitants from external threats. This is the most straightforward theory and one that has been explored by numerous historians and archaeologists. Given the strategic location of many of these underground cities, such as the ones found in Turkey, Egypt, and Peru, it is likely that they were constructed to shield people from invading forces, be it foreign armies, nomadic tribes, or hostile neighbors. The advanced defensive features of many of these underground cities, such as secret entrances, narrow passageways, and heavy stone doors that could be sealed from the inside, support this theory. It is clear that the builders were anticipating the need for protection from outside dangers, and the construction of these cities as fortified, hidden sanctuaries allowed them to remain concealed from would-be invaders. However, this explanation does not entirely account for the scale and sophistication of these underground cities. While it is certainly possible that they were constructed with defense in mind, the sheer complexity of these megastructures raises the possibility that there were other motivations at play, motivations that go beyond mere survival. For example, many of these cities feature intricate systems for water management, including wells, cisterns, and aqueducts that allowed them to function as completely self-sustaining urban environments. The presence of food storage areas, livestock pens, and even places of worship suggests that the builders of these underground cities were not simply looking for a temporary refuge, but were preparing to create an entire way of life, with all the comforts and structures of an established civilization. This raises the intriguing possibility that these underground cities were built as long-term shelters, designed not just to protect people from immediate threats, but also to ensure the survival of their societies over extended periods of time. Some researchers have speculated that these underground cities were constructed in anticipation of environmental or ecological changes that would have made life on the surface untenable. For example, some of these cities are located in areas that are prone to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, or extreme weather patterns. The fact that these cities are equipped with advanced systems for managing air, water, and food suggests that the people who built them were anticipating a time when the surface world would no longer be able to support large populations. In this sense, these underground cities could have been designed not just as places of refuge but as havens of knowledge and culture, sites where humanity could preserve its achievements and its way of life in the face of an uncertain future. The fact that many of these underground cities contain places of worship, altars, and carvings of deities or natural forces suggests that the builders were not just concerned with survival in a material sense but were also deeply connected to the spiritual and metaphysical forces that governed their world. The alignment of some of these sites with celestial events, such as the movements of the sun, moon, or stars, further reinforces the idea that these civilizations saw their underground cities as places of harmony between the physical and spiritual realms. This leads us to consider the possibility that these underground cities were not just built as physical refuges, but as spiritual sanctuaries, places where the inhabitants could engage with the divine or seek a deeper connection with the forces of the universe. The presence of symbols, altars, and sacred markings within these cities suggests that they may have been designed as sacred spaces, intended to facilitate spiritual practices and rituals. In many ancient cultures, the earth was seen as a living, breathing entity, and the idea of building underground cities may have been an attempt to harmonize with the natural energies of the earth itself. By constructing these cities deep within the earth, the builders may have believed that they were tapping into the hidden energies of the planet, creating a space where they could align themselves with the forces of nature and the cosmos. The idea that these underground cities were spiritual sanctuaries is further supported by the presence of symbols and carvings that appear to have been intentionally placed in specific locations within the cities. In some cases, these symbols seem to be aligned with celestial events, such as solstices or equinoxes, suggesting that the builders had a deep understanding of astronomical phenomena and sought to integrate their cities with the natural rhythms of the universe. This alignment between the architecture of the underground cities and the movements of celestial bodies raises the possibility that these structures were designed as a form of cosmic architecture, sites where the inhabitants could not only find physical shelter but also connect with the greater energies of the universe. At the same time, the sheer scale and complexity of these underground cities suggest that they were not just places for a small, isolated group of people to live in safety, but were intended to support entire civilizations for long periods of time. These cities were designed to function as independent, self-sustaining environments, capable of supporting large populations, with systems for food production, water management, and waste disposal. The fact that these cities were built with such advanced technology and foresight suggests that the people who constructed them were not merely concerned with surviving a short-term disaster but were instead thinking about the long-term future of their civilizations. This raises an important question: if these underground cities were designed to support long-term survival, what was the broader context in which they were built? Were these cities constructed in response to immediate threats, or were they part of a larger, more visionary plan? Some researchers have speculated that these underground cities were not just built in response to natural disasters or wars, but were part of a broader effort to create a sustainable and resilient society, one that was capable of surviving the challenges of the future, regardless of what happened on the surface. This suggests that the builders of these cities had a vision for the future, one that was based on principles of self-sufficiency, sustainability, and harmony with the earth. As we continue to uncover more about these underground megastructures, it becomes increasingly clear that they represent far more than just physical shelters. They are testament to a civilization that had a profound understanding of the world and the forces that governed it. The builders of these cities were not merely concerned with surviving disasters or defending against invasions, they were creating spaces that reflected their spiritual and philosophical beliefs, while also ensuring the long-term survival of their societies. In this sense, these underground cities represent a unique fusion of practical engineering, spiritual wisdom, and visionary thinking, a combination that makes them all the more mysterious and fascinating. In conclusion, the underground megastructures of the ancient world remain some of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring discoveries in the history of archaeology. Whether they were built to survive natural disasters, protect sacred knowledge, or preserve entire civilizations, these subterranean cities reveal a profound level of understanding that challenges our assumptions about ancient societies. These underground cities were not simply refuges, they were carefully planned, self-sustaining environments that combined advanced engineering, spiritual beliefs, and long-term vision. The more we learn about these hidden structures, the more we come to realize that the people who built them were far more advanced and visionary than we have ever imagined. What they left behind may hold the key to understanding not only our past but also our future. As the search for ancient underground megastructures continues to reveal hidden aspects of human history, one undeniable fact emerges: these subterranean cities were not just feats of engineering, they were reflections of a deep, often mystifying relationship between the builders and the earth itself. These monumental underground complexes challenge modern perceptions of ancient civilizations, pushing the boundaries of what we consider possible for people of the distant past. From their intricate designs to their strategic placement in areas prone to natural disasters, these cities suggest that the civilizations responsible for their construction had an advanced understanding of the environment, its risks, and how to manipulate natural forces for long-term survival. But what if there was more to these megastructures than just survival? What if they were also built to preserve something far more valuable: knowledge? At the heart of these underground cities is a sense of deliberate construction. Unlike simple caves or crude shelters, the megastructures found in places like Turkey, Egypt, and Peru reveal sophisticated architectural designs that could have been developed only by a highly advanced society. Take, for example, the subterranean cities discovered in Cappadocia, Turkey. The site of Derinkuyu, which stretches as deep as 60 meters and features multiple levels connected by a network of tunnels, represents not just a place to hide from attackers but an entire system of life. The people who built these cities were clearly thinking long-term. They built cities designed to house thousands, equipped with advanced water systems, ventilation shafts, and food storage facilities, systems that allowed these communities to live underground for months or even years. In fact, the sophistication of these systems suggests that the builders were not just trying to survive a temporary threat, but rather they were anticipating a future in which surface life might no longer be feasible. What stands out most about these underground cities is their ability to function as entirely self-sustaining ecosystems. The presence of wells and cisterns to store water, livestock pens, and storage areas for food reveals that the builders were preparing for long-term isolation from the outside world. The ventilation shafts, some of which are ingeniously designed to carry fresh air deep into the tunnels, hint at a knowledge of engineering and natural systems that would have been far ahead of its time. For a society to construct such an elaborate, self-sustaining system, it would require an intimate understanding of the natural environment, including airflow, geology, and resource management. Yet the question persists: why would such advanced civilizations build such vast underground cities? Were they simply reacting to immediate threats, or were they preparing for something more catastrophic? One theory that continues to gain traction among researchers is that these underground cities were constructed not just as shelters from invaders or natural disasters but as part of a broader, long-term plan to preserve knowledge and culture for future generations. There is a growing belief that these underground spaces were meant to house not just people but ideas, sacred knowledge, scientific discoveries, and spiritual wisdom that could be lost or destroyed in the event of an apocalypse. Some researchers have even suggested that these underground complexes were built as repositories for the lost wisdom of ancient cultures, meant to survive the fall of civilizations and provide a foundation for future societies. The presence of symbols, altars, and sacred carvings in these cities strongly supports this hypothesis. These carvings suggest that the builders of these cities were not only focused on physical survival but were also deeply concerned with preserving their spiritual and intellectual legacies. The question of what exactly these civilizations were trying to preserve, however, remains elusive. Some researchers speculate that the builders of these underground cities may have had access to a form of advanced scientific knowledge that has since been lost. Could they have understood principles of energy, magnetism, or even advanced mathematics and astronomy? There are tantalizing clues suggesting that the builders of these megastructures may have had knowledge of celestial alignments and natural forces that we are only beginning to comprehend. The intricate carvings and celestial markings found in some underground cities seem to align with the positions of the stars, the movements of the sun, and the rhythms of the earth. In some cases, these alignments appear to have been deliberately incorporated into the design of the cities, suggesting that the builders may have been trying to create a harmony between their underground world and the cosmos above. This connection to the cosmos is further emphasized by the design of some underground cities, which seem to have been oriented with specific celestial events in mind. The placement of certain chambers and tunnels suggests that they were not just constructed to meet the immediate needs of the people living there, but were intended to serve as spiritual and astronomical instruments as well. In fact, some researchers believe that these cities were built as sacred sites, where the inhabitants could connect with the divine forces of the universe. This idea aligns with the belief held by many ancient cultures that the Earth was not simply a physical space, but a living, breathing entity that was imbued with spiritual energy. The builders of these underground cities may have been attempting to tap into this energy, creating sacred spaces where they could commune with the Earth itself. The significance of these underground cities goes beyond their practicality. They reflect a worldview that sees the Earth as a place of spiritual power and cosmic connection. By building underground, the civilizations that created these cities may have been trying to align themselves with the hidden forces of the Earth, accessing a deep, primal knowledge that was unavailable on the surface. The sheer scale and complexity of these underground complexes suggest that the people who built them were not only seeking shelter but were also on a quest for something greater, something transcendent. This brings us to another theory about the purpose of these underground cities, that they were designed to preserve sacred knowledge. In many ancient cultures, sacred knowledge was passed down through oral traditions, secret teachings, and sacred texts. It was knowledge that was guarded jealously and was often considered too powerful or dangerous to be shared with the general populace. Some scholars believe that the underground cities were built as sanctuaries for this kind of knowledge. The fact that many of these sites contain intricate carvings and symbols, as well as hidden chambers, supports the idea that they were used as repositories for sacred texts, scientific knowledge, and other esoteric teachings. The fact that these cities were built with such care and attention to detail suggests that the knowledge contained within them was considered invaluable, worth protecting at all costs. But what exactly was the knowledge that these civilizations were trying to preserve? Some researchers have proposed that these cities were built to house the lost sciences of ancient cultures, knowledge about energy, healing, astronomy, and mathematics that could have been far more advanced than what we know today. Other theories suggest that the knowledge preserved in these underground cities may have been of a more metaphysical nature, such as the understanding of cosmic forces, spiritual energy, or even advanced forms of consciousness. Whatever the nature of this knowledge, it seems clear that the builders of these underground cities were motivated by more than just the need to survive. They were also concerned with the preservation of wisdom that transcended the physical world. As we delve further into the purpose and construction of these underground cities, we must also consider the possibility that they were built not just to preserve knowledge, but to pass it on to future generations. The self-sustaining nature of these cities, combined with their apparent longevity, suggests that the builders had a long-term vision for their survival. This vision may have included the idea that, in the event of a catastrophe, the knowledge and culture housed in these underground cities would provide a foundation for future societies to rebuild and thrive. In this way, these cities may have been designed as places of continuity, a means of ensuring that the wisdom of the past would not be lost, even if the surface world was destroyed. This vision of continuity and preservation is evident in the design of many of these underground cities. The extensive infrastructure, ventilation shafts, water systems, food storage areas, and living quarters suggests that these cities were meant to support life for long periods of time. They were not temporary shelters but permanent homes, built with the intention of supporting entire communities. The fact that many of these cities are located in geologically stable areas, or near natural resources, suggests that the builders were thinking about long-term survival and sustainability. These cities were not just meant to survive a single crisis, they were meant to endure through generations, serving as safe havens for people and knowledge alike. In the end, the underground megastructures of the ancient world reveal a story of human ingenuity, resilience, and foresight. These structures were not just built to survive, they were built to preserve and protect knowledge, culture, and life itself. Whether they were designed to withstand natural disasters, defend against invaders, or preserve sacred knowledge, the builders of these underground cities left behind a legacy that continues to challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. The more we learn about these cities, the more we realize that the people who created them were far more advanced and visionary than we have ever imagined. The underground megastructures they left behind are not just relics of a lost civilization, they are beacons of human potential, offering us a glimpse into a past that is far more complex and mysterious than we have ever dared to understand. The search for hidden knowledge and ancient wisdom often leads us down paths that challenge our understanding of history, pushing the boundaries of what we think we know about the people who shaped the world before us. Among the most fascinating discoveries that continue to captivate researchers and history enthusiasts are the underground megastructures of ancient civilizations. These vast and intricate networks of tunnels, chambers, and subterranean cities not only represent engineering feats far beyond the capabilities we typically associate with ancient cultures but also offer profound insights into the beliefs, technologies, and societies that built them. When we think about these hidden cities, we often imagine them as dark, mysterious places, complex labyrinths that held secrets of civilizations long forgotten. Yet, what if these underground worlds were not merely a byproduct of survival or defense, but something deeper? Something more significant, perhaps, than anyone has yet realized? One of the most striking aspects of these megastructures is their design. These underground cities are not simply a collection of rudimentary dwellings or temporary shelters, they are highly organized, meticulously planned urban environments that include multi-level housing, specialized storage areas, communal spaces, and even religious or ceremonial rooms. These systems are often tied to a comprehensive understanding of environmental factors such as water flow, airflow, and the delicate balance between shelter and sustainability. The fact that many of these ancient underground structures feature intricate water systems, such as wells, cisterns, and aqueducts, suggests that the people who built them had a deep understanding of hydrology and how to manage water in a subterranean environment. This kind of engineering speaks to a civilization that not only valued survival but was deeply concerned with creating sustainable living conditions for the long term. Equally fascinating is the question of why ancient civilizations would choose to build such enormous underground cities in the first place. While many historians point to practical reasons such as protecting against invaders or natural disasters, there is a growing body of research that suggests these cities may have had a much more profound purpose. The advanced architectural features, such as ventilation systems designed to circulate air deep into the earth, the elaborate food storage solutions, and the hidden passages and chambers all point to a much more sophisticated intent. The question, then, becomes, were these cities simply built for survival, or were they created to preserve something far more valuable, something that could withstand the ravages of time, war, or catastrophe? One compelling possibility is that these underground cities were designed as vaults of knowledge, repositories for ancient wisdom that could be preserved in the face of a collapsing civilization. Many ancient cultures placed great emphasis on the preservation of sacred knowledge, and in times of conflict or disaster, this knowledge was often hidden or protected in secret locations. Could it be that these subterranean cities were constructed to house not just people, but ideas, teachings, and discoveries that were considered too precious or dangerous to be exposed to the outside world? This theory gains weight when considering the presence of symbolic carvings, altars, and religious markings found within many of these underground structures. These symbols are not just decorative, they may have served a deeper function, offering clues to the spiritual or intellectual motivations behind these hidden cities. The presence of sacred and ceremonial rooms within some underground cities suggests that these spaces were not merely functional but were also integral to the spiritual or philosophical practices of the people who built them. The idea that these ancient civilizations used these underground spaces to connect with the divine, or to access hidden knowledge, speaks to a worldview that was not just concerned with material survival but was deeply rooted in the metaphysical. Many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, Sumerians, and Hindus, believed in the sacredness of the earth and its connection to the heavens. In this context, the act of building underground cities may have been seen not just as a physical act of construction but as a spiritual endeavor, an attempt to align human civilization with the hidden forces of nature and the cosmos. The alignment of some of these underground cities with celestial events further supports the idea that the people who built them had an intricate understanding of astronomy and the natural world. In places like Derinkuyu in Turkey, and beneath the ancient city of Petra in Jordan, researchers have uncovered evidence that suggests that the layouts of the cities were designed to align with specific solar and lunar events. These alignments may not have been coincidental. They may have been part of a broader effort to synchronize human activities with the cycles of the Earth and the stars. Such a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics would have been critical not only for agriculture and timekeeping but for the spiritual practices that these civilizations likely held dear. Furthermore, the very construction of these underground cities speaks to a civilization that was capable of immense foresight. The fact that these cities were built to last, with their sophisticated infrastructure designed to withstand the test of time and natural forces, suggests that the people who created them were not simply reacting to immediate threats. They were planning for the long-term survival of their culture. They understood that knowledge, civilization, and culture could be lost to history, and they made deliberate efforts to preserve their way of life in the face of uncertainty. The underground cities, then, may have been not just a response to external pressures but an effort to safeguard the intellectual and cultural legacy of these societies for future generations. In fact, the concept of preserving knowledge for future generations is deeply ingrained in human history. From the great libraries of Alexandria to the ancient texts hidden in the mountains of Tibet, humanity has always sought to protect and pass down knowledge to those who would come after. The underground cities, with their hidden chambers and secure locations, may have served as such repositories, places where sacred teachings, scientific knowledge, and philosophical ideas could be stored away for safekeeping. These cities may have acted as vaults for the intellectual treasures of their time, ensuring that even in the event of a catastrophe, the wisdom of the past would be preserved for those who could uncover it. Another layer to this mystery is the possibility that the builders of these underground cities were aware of a coming cataclysm, a global event that would disrupt the balance of life on the surface and force humanity to retreat into the depths of the earth. The strategic location of many of these underground cities, often in geologically stable regions or near natural resources, suggests that they were built with an eye toward long-term sustainability. Could it be that these ancient civilizations had knowledge of a looming disaster, whether it be a natural catastrophe, climate change, or some other apocalyptic event, that prompted them to construct these hidden sanctuaries? The fact that these cities are capable of sustaining large populations for extended periods of time, with advanced systems for air and water management, suggests that their builders were preparing for a scenario in which life on the surface would no longer be viable. This theory gains further weight when we consider the many myths and legends that speak of lost civilizations, global floods, and catastrophic events that shaped the ancient world. From the biblical story of Noah's Ark to the legends of Atlantis, there is a common thread in the mythologies of many cultures that speaks of a great disaster that wiped out a previous civilization. Could the underground cities be a response to these ancient prophecies, places where survivors of such a catastrophe could seek refuge and rebuild? The idea that these cities were designed to endure such an event adds another layer of complexity to their purpose, transforming them from simple shelters into symbols of humanity's resilience and determination to survive against all odds. As we continue to study these ancient underground cities, it becomes increasingly clear that they represent much more than just physical structures. They are testaments to the ingenuity, vision, and spiritual beliefs of the civilizations that built them. These cities were not just designed for survival, they were created as sanctuaries for knowledge, culture, and civilization itself. The advanced engineering, the spiritual significance, and the long-term planning all suggest that these underground cities were far more than mere refuges. They were designed to ensure the continuity of human culture and wisdom in the face of an uncertain future. In conclusion, the underground megastructures of the ancient world remain one of the most intriguing and enigmatic aspects of human history. They challenge our conventional understanding of ancient civilizations, revealing a level of sophistication and foresight that was previously unimaginable. These cities were not just built to survive, they were designed to preserve, protect, and pass down the knowledge and culture of their time. Whether built as a response to impending disaster, to safeguard sacred teachings, or to align with the forces of the cosmos, these underground cities stand as monuments to human ingenuity and resilience. They offer us a glimpse into a past that is far more complex and mysterious than we have ever imagined. And as we continue to uncover their secrets, we may find that the knowledge they contain is not just a window into the past, but a key to understanding our future. As the study of ancient underground megastructures progresses, it becomes increasingly clear that these hidden cities were not simply constructed for defensive or survival purposes. They represent a far more sophisticated approach to the challenges faced by ancient civilizations, and their very existence raises important questions about the nature of human history and the knowledge that was once lost to time. These subterranean environments, carefully crafted beneath the surface of the earth, seem to suggest that the builders had a deep understanding of both the natural world and the cosmos, combining advanced engineering with spiritual beliefs that guided their actions. The more we explore the intricacies of these underground cities, the more we realize that their builders were not just responding to immediate threats. They were thinking far beyond the survival of their society. They were looking at the long-term future, anticipating environmental, societal, and even cosmic challenges that might one day disrupt the surface world. These underground cities, far from being mere refuges or shelters, were designed to endure for generations, providing not only a physical space to survive but also a foundation for the preservation of knowledge, culture, and civilization itself. One of the most intriguing aspects of these underground megastructures is the level of planning and foresight involved in their construction. Unlike simple cave dwellings or temporary shelters, the cities we are discovering today were purposefully designed to be self-sustaining. From advanced water management systems to sophisticated ventilation shafts, these underground cities were equipped with everything necessary for long-term habitation. Their inhabitants could survive for months, if not years, without needing to resurface, thanks to the ingenious designs that allowed these cities to function as closed ecosystems. This speaks to a civilization that had a deep understanding of the delicate balance required for sustaining life over extended periods of time. The ventilation systems alone, some of which extend deep into the earth, demonstrate a sophisticated grasp of airflow and pressure, essential for keeping the underground spaces habitable. The use of subterranean spaces was not just a matter of finding refuge, it was about building something that would stand the test of time. In regions prone to natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions or earthquakes, these underground cities provided stability. The very geology of the earth, with its layers of rock and earth, created a natural defense against surface-level upheavals. The builders of these cities understood that the surface world was vulnerable to change, whether from natural causes or from human conflict. In response, they constructed these monumental underground systems not only to escape immediate threats but to ensure that their culture and knowledge would survive, no matter what happened on the surface. This foresight suggests a civilization deeply aware of the fragility of life and the need for preservation. While many theories surrounding the construction of these underground cities focus on survival and protection, another compelling theory is that they were built to preserve something far more precious than just physical safety, knowledge. The idea that these ancient cities were designed as vaults to store sacred wisdom and intellectual achievements is an intriguing one. We have long known that ancient civilizations placed great value on knowledge and that they were willing to go to great lengths to protect it. The construction of hidden spaces within these cities, such as secret chambers, storage rooms, and symbolic carvings, raises the possibility that the builders were not simply concerned with preserving their lives but were also focused on safeguarding their intellectual and spiritual legacies. Throughout history, sacred knowledge has often been hidden away or protected either to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands or to ensure its preservation through times of upheaval. Could these underground cities have served as secret repositories for ancient wisdom? It is not beyond the realm of possibility that the builders of these cities sought to protect the most valuable aspects of their culture, sacred texts, scientific discoveries, and spiritual teachings that they believed were essential to the survival of their society. The presence of religious symbols and altars within many of these underground cities points to the importance of preserving not just practical knowledge but also spiritual and esoteric wisdom. These were not simply places to store food and water but sanctuaries for the knowledge that sustained the heart and soul of the civilization. This theory is supported by the discovery of specific carvings and markings that seem to align with celestial events, such as the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. These celestial alignments suggest that the builders of these underground cities were not just concerned with the practical aspects of life but were also deeply attuned to the rhythms of the cosmos. Some researchers believe that these alignments were intentional, meant to connect the underground spaces with cosmic forces and energies. This connection between architecture, spirituality, and the natural world is not unique to one culture but appears in various forms across different civilizations. In fact, many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, the Mayans, and the Sumerians, built their temples and structures in alignment with celestial events, as they believed these alignments helped to maintain harmony between the heavens and the earth. The idea that these underground cities were built as sanctuaries for knowledge takes on even more significance when we consider the possibility that the civilizations responsible for their construction may have possessed advanced scientific or technological knowledge that has since been lost. Some researchers speculate that the builders of these underground megastructures had an understanding of physics, energy, and material science that far exceeded what is currently known in modern times. Could they have understood principles of energy that are only now being rediscovered? The evidence of sophisticated water management systems, the use of materials that allowed for the construction of massive subterranean chambers, and the ability to withstand natural disasters all point to a civilization with a deep understanding of the world's physical processes. This raises the question, why was this knowledge lost? Why are we only now uncovering the remains of civilizations that seemingly had access to knowledge and technology that we are only beginning to grasp? One possibility is that the knowledge possessed by these civilizations was deliberately hidden either to protect it from enemies or because it was considered too dangerous to be shared with the wider population. If these civilizations were aware of the power of their knowledge, it is not unreasonable to think that they would have taken steps to ensure that it would survive. The underground cities, with their hidden chambers and concealed passageways, may have been designed not only to protect the inhabitants but also to safeguard the knowledge that could rebuild the world after a catastrophe. The idea of knowledge being preserved in these underground sanctuaries brings to mind the concept of lost civilizations, ancient societies that were wiped out by natural disasters or warfare and whose knowledge was lost to history. Legends of such civilizations abound, from the fabled city of Atlantis to the advanced societies described in ancient texts. Could it be that the underground cities we are discovering today were built by civilizations that foresaw their own destruction and sought to preserve their knowledge for future generations? The preservation of knowledge, whether through sacred texts, architectural designs, or hidden chambers, may have been the driving force behind the construction of these underground megastructures. This perspective challenges the conventional understanding of ancient civilizations. We tend to think of ancient societies as being primitive or technologically limited, but the discovery of these underground cities suggests that they may have been far more advanced than we give them credit for. These civilizations were not merely building for survival, they were building for the future, creating spaces that could withstand the test of time and protect the knowledge that would be crucial for rebuilding after a collapse. This forward-thinking approach to construction challenges our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient societies and opens up new possibilities for understanding the true extent of their achievements. In examining the purpose of these underground cities, we must also consider the possibility that they were not just about survival or knowledge preservation, but were also designed as places of spiritual significance. Many ancient cultures believed in the importance of the earth as a living entity, a source of power and energy that could be tapped into for spiritual and physical well-being. The placement of certain underground cities in geologically stable areas, or near natural resources such as water, suggests that the builders may have believed these locations were imbued with special energies. Could it be that these cities were built to align with these natural forces, creating spaces where people could connect with the earth and the cosmos in a profound way? The spiritual significance of these cities, combined with their advanced engineering, suggests that they were not merely places to live but were also designed to facilitate a deeper understanding of the world and its mysteries. As we continue to explore these underground megastructures, we are forced to reconsider our understanding of ancient history. These cities, hidden beneath the Earth's surface, challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations. They were not just built to survive a disaster or to protect against invaders, they were designed to preserve knowledge, to align with celestial forces, and to ensure the continuity of culture and civilization. The discovery of these underground cities is not just a glimpse into the past, it is a reminder that our understanding of history is far from complete, and that the lost knowledge of ancient civilizations may still hold the key to understanding the mysteries of the universe. As we delve deeper into the study of ancient underground megastructures, one of the most compelling aspects that arises is the profound connection between these hidden cities and the concept of human resilience. These structures were not merely constructed to withstand the elements or provide a refuge during times of war, they were built with foresight and an acute awareness of the fragility of life itself. The civilizations that created them understood that the surface world was vulnerable to the whims of nature, and they sought to ensure their survival not just in the short term, but for generations to come. This long-term vision, an ability to anticipate not only the physical but also the cultural and intellectual needs of their people, is one of the key reasons why these underground cities continue to captivate us today. The idea that these underground cities were built with the intent to protect knowledge is a theme that recurs in nearly every major discovery. Across various locations, Turkey, Egypt, Peru, and beyond, the evidence suggests that these cities were not just places of temporary refuge. They were meant to serve as sanctuaries for the very essence of civilization, the intellectual, spiritual, and cultural knowledge that would allow future generations to thrive. This knowledge was perhaps seen as something sacred, something too precious to be lost in the wake of a collapse or catastrophe. This vision of preservation transcends simple survival. It speaks to a much broader and deeper understanding of human existence and our relationship with the world around us. What is particularly striking about these underground cities is how they reflect the sophisticated understanding their builders had of the natural world. Take the subterranean cities of Cappadocia in Turkey, for example. The people who constructed these vast, multi-level complexes were not just concerned with making space for people to live, they were deeply attuned to the forces of nature, particularly the earth itself. Their choice to build beneath the surface wasn't an arbitrary decision, it was based on the understanding that the earth provided a natural barrier against the chaos of the surface world. Whether it was volcanic eruptions, invasions, or the unpredictability of weather patterns, these ancient builders knew that by retreating underground, they were placing themselves in a position of security. But more than that, they were placing themselves in harmony with the forces that governed the natural world. In this way, these underground cities can be viewed not just as shelter but as places where people were meant to coexist with the Earth's rhythms. This connection to the Earth's natural forces is echoed in the design of these subterranean complexes. Many of these cities, like the ones found in Turkey, were built with advanced systems for water management, energy conservation, and food storage. These systems were not only functional but were also designed to integrate seamlessly into the natural environment. The wells, cisterns, and channels that supplied water to these cities were placed strategically, taking advantage of the landscape to create a system that was efficient and self-sustaining. Similarly, the use of ventilation shafts, often ingeniously designed to bring fresh air deep into the earth, showed an advanced understanding of airflow and natural systems. This was not mere survivalism, it was a reflection of a culture that had a profound respect for the earth and its cycles, and whose technological innovations were inspired by the need to live in harmony with the environment. The role of knowledge in these cities extends beyond the practicalities of survival. The very design of these underground complexes, particularly the inclusion of sacred chambers, altars, and ceremonial spaces, suggests that these cities were meant to serve as repositories of sacred knowledge. This knowledge wasn't merely scientific or agricultural, it was spiritual in nature. In many ancient cultures, knowledge was seen as a sacred trust, something that was not just for practical use but for the enlightenment and growth of the soul. The presence of religious symbols and altars within these cities implies that they were places where people could engage in rituals, seek spiritual guidance, and connect with the divine. The fact that these cities were built deep underground, away from the distractions of the surface world, suggests that they were designed to be places of reflection and spiritual growth, where the people who lived there could reconnect with the deeper mysteries of existence. In this context, these underground cities could be seen as places where the sacred and the mundane coexisted, where the protection of knowledge was not just about preserving intellectual achievements, but about safeguarding the spiritual wisdom that guided their lives. This connection between knowledge and spirituality was not unique to a single culture or civilization. It was a theme that appears repeatedly throughout history. In ancient Egypt, for instance, the preservation of knowledge was closely linked to the idea of cosmic order, or Ma'at. The Egyptians believed that the preservation of knowledge was essential to maintaining balance in the universe. Similarly, the Mayans, who also constructed elaborate underground systems, believed that their temples and cities were aligned with celestial events, with the aim of maintaining harmony between the earth and the cosmos. The idea that knowledge, both intellectual and spiritual, was preserved in these underground cities challenges our conventional understanding of ancient societies. We often think of the ancient world as being focused primarily on material survival, with little regard for the preservation of intellectual and spiritual wisdom. However, the evidence suggests that these civilizations saw the preservation of knowledge as vital to their long-term survival, not just as individuals, but as a culture. The underground cities, in this light, become more than just shelters. They are symbols of humanity's desire to preserve what is most sacred, to protect knowledge from the ravages of time, war, and natural disaster. The possibility that these underground cities were built as sanctuaries for knowledge raises the question, what exactly were these ancient civilizations trying to preserve? While we may never know the full extent of the knowledge stored in these hidden cities, we can begin to imagine what it might have included. It could have been a combination of scientific knowledge, such as advanced mathematics, astronomy, or engineering, along with spiritual teachings, sacred rituals, and philosophical insights that had been passed down through generations. Perhaps the builders of these cities were aware of the dangers of knowledge falling into the wrong hands, and so they created these secretive, underground spaces to safeguard it. Some researchers have suggested that these civilizations may have had access to lost technologies, knowledge of energy systems, healing practices, or even forms of communication that have since been lost to time. The presence of highly advanced engineering in these underground cities suggests that the people who built them may have understood principles of energy and technology that we are only beginning to rediscover today. Could these civilizations have had access to a form of energy that allowed them to power their cities, heat them, or even communicate across vast distances? The design of the underground cities suggests that they were not just built with the intention of surviving short-term disasters but with the foresight of a civilization that sought to maintain its technological and spiritual knowledge through any means necessary. There is also the possibility that these underground sanctuaries were meant to serve as a legacy for future generations. Perhaps the builders of these cities were not only focused on preserving knowledge for their own people but on ensuring that their achievements would not be forgotten. The underground cities, in this sense, could be seen as time capsules, deliberate attempts to leave a record of their civilization for the future. This would explain why so much effort was put into creating elaborate, long-lasting systems for living. The builders of these cities were not simply preparing for a temporary crisis, they were ensuring that the wisdom of their civilization would be available for the future, no matter what happened on the surface. As we continue to uncover the secrets of these ancient underground cities, it becomes increasingly clear that their construction was about more than just survival. These cities were built with purpose and foresight, reflecting a deep understanding of the forces that govern our world, both the physical and the spiritual. They were not just shelters from invaders or disasters, but sanctuaries for knowledge, places where the intellectual and spiritual legacy of these civilizations could be preserved for future generations. They remind us that humanity's desire to preserve and protect knowledge is not a modern phenomenon but an ancient impulse that has driven cultures throughout history. In this sense, these underground megastructures are not just relics of the past, they are symbols of human resilience and the enduring quest for understanding and enlightenment. As the exploration of ancient underground megastructures continues to uncover the mysteries of the past, we find ourselves confronted with an overwhelming sense of awe and curiosity. These vast subterranean cities, some of which stretch deep beneath the Earth's surface, challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. The question of why such elaborate and advanced underground systems were constructed is one that has intrigued historians, archaeologists, and scholars for centuries. These cities were not simple shelters or places of refuge. They were complex, self-sustaining environments, designed with a level of sophistication that seems almost impossible for their time. What, then, was the true purpose behind these underground megastructures? Were they simply a response to immediate threats, or was there a more profound and long-term vision at play? The sheer scale and intricacy of these underground cities suggest that the people who built them were not just concerned with survival but with the preservation of their entire way of life. These megastructures were not hastily constructed as temporary shelters in the face of war or natural disasters. They were carefully designed and planned to endure for generations. From ventilation shafts that provided fresh air to complex water systems that ensured a steady supply of life-sustaining resources, these underground cities were built to be self-sufficient. The builders understood the importance of creating an environment that could support a large population for extended periods of time. This speaks to a deep understanding of not just survival but sustainability, an awareness of the delicate balance between nature and civilization that allowed these underground cities to function in harmony with the earth. What makes these underground cities even more remarkable is their ability to transcend mere functionality. These megastructures were not just about providing shelter, they were about creating a space that could nurture both the body and the spirit. Many of these underground cities contain sacred spaces, such as altars, religious carvings, and ceremonial chambers. These spaces suggest that the builders of these cities were not only concerned with the physical well-being of their inhabitants but also with their spiritual and intellectual growth. The presence of these sacred elements points to the idea that these underground cities were meant to be more than just refuges from the outside world, they were sanctuaries for the preservation of knowledge, culture, and wisdom. In many ancient civilizations, knowledge was considered sacred. It was not just a tool for survival but a means of connecting with the divine and understanding the mysteries of the universe. The people who built these underground cities may have seen them as places where knowledge could be safeguarded and passed down through the generations. The existence of secret chambers, hidden passageways, and symbolic carvings within these cities suggests that they were designed to house not only people but also ideas that were considered too precious or dangerous to be exposed to the outside world. In a time when knowledge could be easily lost or destroyed, the builders of these underground cities may have seen their creations as a way to ensure that their culture and wisdom would endure, no matter what happened on the surface. The idea that these underground cities were built to preserve knowledge raises the question of what exactly was being protected. Was it scientific knowledge, spiritual teachings, or something else entirely? Some researchers believe that the builders of these cities may have had access to advanced technologies and wisdom that have since been lost to history. Could these ancient civilizations have understood principles of energy, magnetism, or even advanced mathematics and astronomy? There is evidence that suggests they did. The precision with which some of these cities were constructed, the alignment of certain structures with celestial events, and the sophisticated engineering of water and air systems all point to a level of knowledge and understanding that was far beyond what we traditionally associate with ancient cultures. One of the most intriguing aspects of these underground cities is the possibility that they were aligned with celestial events. In many ancient cultures, the movement of the stars and planets was seen as a reflection of divine will. The builders of these underground cities may have designed their structures to align with these celestial events, creating a space where the earthly and the cosmic could meet. This connection between the physical and the spiritual is evident in the design of many of these cities, which appear to have been built with careful consideration of the natural world. The alignment of certain chambers, tunnels, and passageways with specific astronomical events suggests that the builders may have been trying to harmonize their underground spaces with the cycles of the cosmos. This level of precision suggests that the people who built these cities had a deep understanding of astronomy, geometry, and the natural world, knowledge that was likely passed down through generations and carefully preserved within these subterranean sanctuaries. In addition to their spiritual significance, these underground cities may have served as places of knowledge transmission. The idea that these cities were built to protect sacred wisdom is supported by the fact that many of these structures contain intricate carvings, symbols, and writings. These markings may have served as a way to record and pass down important knowledge, from religious texts to scientific discoveries. The fact that many of these underground cities were deliberately hidden or difficult to access suggests that the knowledge contained within them was considered too valuable or dangerous to be shared freely. The builders of these cities may have been trying to protect their intellectual and spiritual heritage from destruction or theft, ensuring that only those who were worthy or trusted would have access to this precious knowledge. This brings us to another important question: what happened to the people who built these underground cities? Why did they go to such great lengths to create these massive, self-sustaining environments deep beneath the Earth's surface? Some researchers speculate that these civilizations may have been aware of a coming catastrophe, an event that would disrupt life on the surface and force humanity to retreat underground. The strategic location of many of these cities, often in geologically stable regions or near resources such as water, suggests that the builders were preparing for a long-term survival scenario. Could these civilizations have foreseen natural disasters, climate change, or even global conflict that would threaten their existence? It is possible that these underground cities were constructed as a form of insurance, a way to ensure that their knowledge and culture would survive, no matter what happened on the surface. The idea of preparing for a catastrophe is not unique to these underground cities. Throughout history, many ancient cultures have spoken of a great flood or a cataclysmic event that destroyed earlier civilizations. From the biblical story of Noah's Ark to the legends of Atlantis, there are countless stories of civilizations that were wiped out by a global disaster. Could it be that the builders of these underground cities were aware of such an event and were taking steps to preserve their knowledge and culture for future generations? The existence of these underground sanctuaries raises the possibility that these ancient civilizations were more aware of the fragility of life and the inevitability of change than we have given them credit for. In addition to their function as refuges and sanctuaries for knowledge, these underground cities also represent a unique form of human resilience. The fact that these cities were built to withstand the ravages of time and nature speaks to the determination and foresight of the civilizations that constructed them. These were not simply places of survival, they were places of preservation. The builders of these cities understood that the world above them could be unpredictable and unstable, and they sought to create a space that could endure for generations, preserving not only their way of life but their very identity. These underground cities are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a spirit that is willing to go to great lengths to ensure the survival of knowledge, culture, and civilization itself. As we continue to uncover the secrets of these underground megastructures, we are reminded that there is still much we do not know about the ancient world. The knowledge and wisdom contained within these subterranean cities may hold the key to understanding not only the past but the future. As we look to the lessons of the past, it is clear that these ancient civilizations were not simply concerned with survival in the here and now, they were focused on the preservation of their culture and knowledge for future generations. These underground cities are not just relics of a lost civilization, they are beacons of human ingenuity, foresight, and resilience. In a world that is constantly changing, these underground sanctuaries remind us that the preservation of knowledge and culture is not just a matter of survival, it is a matter of legacy. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of ancient underground megastructures, one thing becomes increasingly clear: these subterranean cities were not mere fortifications or temporary shelters. They were complex, deliberate creations that were built with foresight and precision. They represent the pinnacle of ancient engineering, offering evidence of a civilization that possessed advanced knowledge of architecture, physics, and the natural world. Yet, despite their sophistication, the true purpose behind these subterranean wonders remains shrouded in mystery. Were these structures built to protect from natural disasters or to shelter from external threats? Or were they designed for a more profound, spiritual, and intellectual purpose, one that transcends mere survival? The scale and complexity of these underground cities suggest that the people who built them were not only concerned with their immediate safety but also with their long-term survival. This wasn't just about constructing a shelter, it was about creating a space that would endure for generations, a sanctuary capable of providing for the needs of the people who would live there. From ventilation shafts designed to circulate fresh air deep underground, to intricate water systems that could support life for extended periods of time, these cities were carefully planned to be self-sustaining. The builders understood that survival required more than just protection from the elements. It required a system that could maintain life for months, or even years, without relying on external resources. One of the most striking features of these underground cities is the way they were integrated into the natural environment. Unlike modern cities, which often disrupt or alter the landscape to suit human needs, these ancient megastructures worked in harmony with the earth. The builders took advantage of the natural properties of the earth to ensure the long-term stability of their cities. Many of these underground complexes were carved out of soft volcanic rock or other materials that provided both insulation and protection from the elements. This not only made them incredibly stable but also allowed the people who lived there to harness the natural resources of the land, such as water and minerals, without having to rely on external sources. In addition to their practical functions, these underground cities also appear to have had a symbolic and spiritual significance. The presence of religious carvings, altars, and ceremonial chambers within these spaces suggests that they were more than just places of refuge. They were sanctuaries where people could connect with the divine, engage in spiritual practices, and seek guidance. This connection to the spiritual world is further emphasized by the design of many of these cities, which seem to be aligned with celestial events such as the solstices and equinoxes. The builders of these underground cities may have believed that by aligning their structures with the movements of the heavens, they could harness the power of the cosmos to ensure their survival and prosperity. The idea that these underground cities were designed to preserve and protect knowledge is another compelling theory. Many researchers believe that the builders of these cities were not just concerned with preserving their physical well-being but with safeguarding the intellectual and spiritual wisdom of their civilization. The advanced engineering techniques employed in the construction of these cities, combined with the presence of sacred symbols and hidden chambers, suggest that these underground complexes were designed to house not just people but also ideas. The knowledge that was preserved in these spaces may have been seen as too valuable or dangerous to be exposed to the outside world, and thus was kept hidden in these subterranean sanctuaries. The concept of safeguarding knowledge is not unique to the builders of these underground cities. Throughout history, many cultures have gone to great lengths to protect their intellectual and spiritual heritage. In ancient Egypt, for example, the temples and pyramids were often designed to protect sacred texts and religious knowledge from being lost or destroyed. Similarly, in medieval Europe, monasteries and libraries were constructed to preserve the writings of ancient scholars and philosophers. The builders of these underground cities may have been motivated by a similar desire to protect their most precious knowledge from destruction, whether caused by war, natural disasters, or the collapse of their civilization. This theory of knowledge preservation is further supported by the presence of intricate carvings, symbols, and even written texts found within many of these underground complexes. These markings may have served as a way to record and pass down important information to future generations. The fact that these texts and symbols are often hidden in obscure or difficult-to-reach locations within the underground cities suggests that the builders were deliberately trying to keep them secret. Perhaps they feared that the knowledge contained within these texts was too dangerous or powerful to be widely known. By keeping it hidden in these subterranean sanctuaries, they ensured that only those who were deemed worthy or trusted would have access to it. Another important aspect of these underground cities is their potential connection to lost technologies. Some researchers believe that the civilizations responsible for building these megastructures may have possessed advanced technologies that have since been lost to history. Evidence of highly sophisticated engineering techniques, such as precise stone cutting, ventilation systems, and water management, suggests that these civilizations were capable of much more than we currently give them credit for. Could they have understood principles of energy, magnetism, or even advanced material science? The sheer scale and complexity of these underground cities point to a level of technological sophistication that goes far beyond what we typically associate with ancient cultures. This possibility raises the intriguing question of why this knowledge and technology were lost. Was it due to a deliberate attempt to suppress it, or was it simply lost as a result of a natural disaster or societal collapse? The presence of underground cities may offer a clue. If these civilizations were aware of the potential for catastrophe, whether through natural disasters, climate change, or societal upheaval, they may have taken steps to protect their knowledge and technology by hiding it away in these subterranean vaults. The fact that many of these underground cities are located in areas that are geologically stable or near valuable resources suggests that the builders were preparing for a long-term survival scenario. They may have foreseen a time when the surface world would no longer be habitable, and they built these underground sanctuaries to ensure that their knowledge and technology would survive. The idea of a lost civilization with advanced knowledge and technology is not a new one. Throughout history, there have been countless myths and legends about civilizations that possessed great wisdom and power, only to be destroyed by a cataclysmic event. From the fabled city of Atlantis to the advanced societies of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, these stories suggest that there may have been civilizations that were capable of much more than we currently understand. The discovery of these underground megastructures may provide the key to unlocking the mysteries of these lost civilizations and their advanced technologies. In addition to their practical and symbolic functions, these underground cities also seem to have served as a means of preserving cultural identity. As civilizations rise and fall, one of the greatest challenges they face is the preservation of their culture and traditions. In times of upheaval, it is easy for cultural practices, languages, and beliefs to be lost or forgotten. The builders of these underground cities may have understood the importance of preserving their cultural heritage and may have created these subterranean sanctuaries as a way to ensure that their identity would survive. The presence of religious symbols, ritual spaces, and sacred knowledge within these cities suggests that the builders were not just concerned with survival but with maintaining the integrity of their culture for future generations. The preservation of cultural identity is particularly important in times of crisis. When civilizations face external threats or internal collapse, the very essence of their culture, its language, its customs, its beliefs, can be lost. The underground cities, with their hidden chambers and secret passages, may have been designed to protect this cultural heritage. By hiding away sacred knowledge and symbols, the builders ensured that their culture would survive, even if their civilization did not. This desire to protect cultural identity is something that resonates with us today. In a world where cultural practices and traditions are often threatened by globalization and modernity, the underground cities remind us of the importance of safeguarding our cultural heritage for future generations. In conclusion, the ancient underground megastructures that continue to be uncovered around the world represent far more than just impressive feats of engineering. They are symbols of human resilience, ingenuity, and foresight. These underground cities were built to serve multiple purposes: to provide shelter, to preserve knowledge, to protect cultural identity, and to align with the cosmic forces of the universe. They were not merely places of refuge but sanctuaries where the builders could safeguard their intellectual and spiritual heritage. The discovery of these underground cities challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations and opens up new possibilities for understanding the true extent of their knowledge and achievements. As we continue to uncover the secrets of these hidden worlds, we are reminded that the past may hold the key to unlocking the future. The knowledge contained within these subterranean sanctuaries may still have much to teach us, if only we can uncover it. The exploration of ancient underground megastructures continues to captivate the imagination, revealing secrets that not only challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations but also suggest a level of sophistication that transcends what we typically associate with prehistoric societies. These vast subterranean complexes, which have been discovered in various regions around the world, offer an unprecedented glimpse into a past that was once hidden beneath the Earth's surface. However, what is perhaps most striking about these structures is not simply their sheer size or architectural complexity, but the implications they have for our understanding of human history and the depth of knowledge possessed by the civilizations that constructed them. What emerges from the study of these underground cities is not only a story of survival but also a reflection of the deep connection between these civilizations and the natural world. The advanced construction techniques, engineering marvels, and architectural ingenuity found within these subterranean spaces suggest that the builders were not only masters of their craft but also had a profound understanding of the environment they inhabited. These underground cities were designed to be self-sustaining ecosystems, capable of supporting life for extended periods of time without relying on external resources. This suggests that the civilizations responsible for their construction possessed an advanced knowledge of water management, air circulation, and resource conservation, skills that were critical for survival in a world where environmental factors could be unpredictable and dangerous. In many of these underground cities, we find evidence of complex water management systems that were specifically designed to support large populations. These systems included wells, cisterns, channels, and aqueducts that were ingeniously integrated into the natural landscape. In some cases, these systems were capable of providing fresh water to entire cities, ensuring that the inhabitants would have access to one of the most essential resources for survival. The builders' understanding of water flow, pressure, and distribution was far ahead of its time, suggesting that they were not simply responding to immediate needs but were thinking ahead, anticipating future challenges and designing solutions that would allow their cities to thrive for generations. Equally impressive are the ventilation systems that were incorporated into these underground cities. In order to maintain a breathable atmosphere within the deep confines of the Earth, these civilizations developed highly sophisticated air circulation systems. These systems included shafts, tunnels, and chimneys that allowed fresh air to flow into the subterranean spaces while expelling stale air. The sheer scale and complexity of these ventilation networks point to an advanced understanding of airflow and pressure, and the fact that they were able to build such systems in ancient times speaks to the remarkable engineering capabilities of these builders. It's clear that these underground cities were designed with a level of foresight that was uncommon for their time, reflecting a deep understanding of how to create a sustainable living environment in challenging conditions. Despite the obvious practical benefits of these underground cities, there is a deeper, more symbolic significance to their construction. The decision to build these cities beneath the surface of the Earth can be seen as an expression of the builder's desire to connect with the natural world in a more profound and spiritual way. In many ancient cultures, the Earth was viewed not just as a resource to be exploited but as a living entity, imbued with its own energies and forces. The act of retreating underground, away from the chaos of the surface world, could be seen as a way of seeking a deeper connection with the Earth's spiritual and cosmic forces. In this sense, these underground cities were not merely functional spaces but also sacred sites, designed to facilitate a harmonious relationship between the people who lived there and the Earth itself. This connection between the subterranean spaces and the cosmos is further emphasized by the presence of celestial alignments within these underground cities. Many of these structures, particularly those found in ancient cultures like the Egyptians, Mayans, and Persians, are carefully aligned with astronomical events such as solstices, equinoxes, and the movements of stars and planets. The builders of these cities may have seen the act of aligning their structures with these celestial events as a way of synchronizing their earthly existence with the rhythms of the universe. This belief in the importance of celestial alignment was not unique to one culture but was a common theme across many ancient civilizations, all of which believed that the heavens and the earth were deeply interconnected. By building their cities in alignment with the cosmos, these ancient peoples sought to create a space that was in tune with the natural order of the universe. In addition to their practical and spiritual functions, the underground cities may have also served as repositories of knowledge. The builders of these cities were likely aware of the fragility of civilization and the potential for destruction, whether from natural disasters, invasions, or societal collapse. By constructing these hidden sanctuaries beneath the Earth's surface, they may have sought to protect their most valuable resources, knowledge and culture. The underground cities, with their hidden chambers, secret passageways, and symbolic carvings, could have been designed to safeguard sacred wisdom and intellectual achievements, ensuring that these treasures would survive for future generations. The evidence of symbolic carvings, religious icons, and even written texts found within these underground spaces further supports this theory. These inscriptions may have served as a form of knowledge preservation, recording important events, scientific discoveries, and spiritual teachings. The fact that these texts and symbols are often hidden in obscure or difficult-to-reach locations suggests that they were deliberately kept secret, possibly to protect them from enemies or to ensure that only those who were deemed worthy could access them. This desire to protect knowledge is not unique to these underground cities but has been a recurring theme throughout history. From the secret libraries of ancient Alexandria to the hidden texts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, civilizations have often gone to great lengths to safeguard their intellectual and spiritual heritage. This desire to preserve knowledge is further supported by the idea that these underground cities were not just built for immediate survival but for long-term cultural and intellectual continuity. The builders of these cities may have known that their civilization was not invulnerable and that, at some point, it might face extinction. In the face of such uncertainty, the preservation of knowledge may have been seen as the most important task of all. The underground cities, with their intricate designs and hidden knowledge, could have been built as time capsules, meant to preserve the wisdom of their civilization for future generations, perhaps even for civilizations that would rise long after their own had fallen. The notion that these underground cities were designed with a long-term vision in mind is reinforced by their sheer scale and complexity. These were not temporary shelters or hastily constructed refuges, they were permanent settlements, designed to last for generations. Some of these underground cities, such as those in Turkey's Cappadocia region, are believed to have been inhabited for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. This suggests that the people who built them were not merely reacting to immediate threats but were preparing for the long-term future of their civilization. The construction of such elaborate subterranean spaces points to a level of planning and foresight that was remarkable for its time.